Welcome, dear friends, to a serene haven of bedtime stories. As we embark on this gentle journey together, find a cozy spot, let your worries drift away, and embrace the comforting embrace of the moment. On these tranquil spring nights, relaxation becomes a gateway to dreamlike dreams. Allow the soothing sounds of our narration to guide you into peaceful slumber. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us. Story 1. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like a host of tiny, friendly spirits. The log settled with a gentle sigh, sending up a shower of sparks that winked out against the dark stone. It was on such an evening when the world outside was wrapped in a blanket of velvet darkness, and the air carried the crisp promise of autumn, that a story stirs from the embers. A story of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed with the very warmth of friendship. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great, slumbering forest, lived a boy named Rowan. He was a quiet child, with a thoughtful heart and eyes the color of the forest moss after a rain. He often felt as though he were on the outside of things looking in, a gentle observer of a world that moved a little too quickly for his liking. His greatest comfort was the woods themselves. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Rowan would walk the winding paths, his fingers trailing over rough bark, his ears tuned to the secret language of the wind in the pines. One afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and lavender, Rowan ventured deeper into the forest than he ever had before. He was following the faint, sweet scent of decaying leaves and something else, something like distant wood smoke and honey. The path, which had started as a well-trodden lane, narrowed to a deer track, and then to almost nothing at all. He pushed through a curtain of weeping willow branches, their long leaves whispering secrets against his coat, and found himself in a place he had never seen. It was a small, circular clearing, bathed in the soft, golden light of the setting sun. In the very center stood an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its trunk so wide that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread out like a protective canopy, and nestled within the largest fork of the tree, where the wood twisted into a natural bowl, was a stone. It was no larger than Rowan's fist, smooth and dark, but at its heart it pulsed with a soft, warm, orange light, like a captured ember from a long-burning fire. Rowan approached slowly, his breath catching in his throat. The light within the stone seemed to breathe with him, brightening slightly as he drew near. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He reached out a tentative hand, half expecting it to be hot, but the stone was only pleasantly warm, like a sun-warmed pebble from a riverbed. As his fingers closed around it, a profound sense of peace washed over him. The gentle chirping of the evening crickets seemed to grow sweeter, the rustle of the leaves more musical. He felt, for the first time in a very long time, as if he truly belonged. He tucked the warm stone safely into his pocket and turned for home, the path now seeming clearer and friendlier than before. That night he placed the stone on the windowsill beside his bed. In the darkness of his room it glowed with a steady, comforting light, casting soft, shifting patterns on the wall that lulled him into the deepest, most peaceful sleep he had ever known. The next day and the day after that, Rowan returned to the clearing. He would sit with his back against the great oak, the emberstone, as he had come to think of it, resting in his palm. He felt a connection to this place, a quiet understanding that seeped into his bones. It was on the 3rd day that he noticed something was wrong. The light in the emberstone was dimmer. Its pulse was slower, more labored, like a heart growing tired. A chill had crept into the edges of the clearing that had nothing to do with the autumn air. The leaves on the ancient oak were tinged with brown at their tips, and the flowers that dotted the mossy floor seemed to droop, their colors faded. A deep sadness settled in Rowan's chest. He had felt such joy in this hidden world, and now it was fading before his eyes. He knew with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought that the stone's light and the life of the clearing were connected. He had to find out how to restore it. It was then that a rustle came from the ferns at the edge of the clearing. Rowan froze, his hand closing protectively around the dimming stone. A moment later, a fox stepped delicately into the light. She was a beautiful creature, her coat the color of burnt copper, with intelligent, dark eyes and a white tip on her brush-like tail. She did not startle or run. Instead, she sat down a few feet from Rowan, tilting her head and regarding him with a gaze that was both curious and knowing. "It grows weaker," the fox said, her voice not a sound heard with ears, but a thought that bloomed clearly in Rowan's mind, soft and husky as the rustle of dry leaves. Rowan stared, too astonished to be afraid. You can talk." In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, "This is a place where thoughts are clearer, where the space between hearts is thinner. I am Kalen, and you are the boy who found the Heartstone." "The Heartstone?" Rowan asked, opening his palm to show her the emberstone. Kalen nodded, her dark eyes fixed on the faintly pulsing light. "It is the heart of this grove. For generations untold, it has burned with the warmth of this place, the joy of the growing things, the peace of the ancient stones, the friendship of all who dwell here. Its light is the life of this clearing, but something has changed. The connections are fraying, the stories are being forgotten." "What can I do?" Rowan asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't want it to fade." Kalen's gaze was steady. "The stone's light is fed by warmth, not the warmth of your hearth fire, though that is a cousin to it. It is fed by the warmth of connection, of shared moments, of kindness given and received. For a long time the grove itself provided that, but the world outside has grown louder and the quiet ways have been overlooked. The stone is starving." She padded closer, her movements fluid and silent. "You felt its call, did you not, you who listens to the forest? The stone sought you out. It needs a keeper for a little while, someone to share their warmth with it, to help it remember how to burn brightly." "How?" Rowan asked, feeling the weight of the task settle upon his small shoulders. "You must journey to the 3 guardians of the grove," Kalen said. "They are the oldest memories of this place. The weaver of roots who remembers the deep, anchoring truths, the singer of lives who holds the melodies of growth and change, and the keeper of streams who knows the flow of time and emotion. Each has a piece of the story that has been lost. If you can listen, truly listen, and share a moment of true connection with each, you will rekindle the bonds that feed the Heartstone. I will guide you." And so, as the afternoon light slanted through the trees, Rowan's journey began. With the dimming Heartstone a heavy, cool weight in his pocket and the graceful fox at his side, he stepped beyond the familiar clearing and into the deeper, wilder parts of the wood. Kalen led him along a path that was not a path, a way known only to the wild things. They walked in comfortable silence for a time, the only sounds the soft crunch of their footsteps on the leaf litter and the distant call of a bird. The forest here was older, grander. The trees were pillars holding up a ceiling of intertwined branches, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. After a while they came to a place where the roots of a colossal beech tree broke through the forest floor, twisting and braiding together into a natural archway that led down into the earth. "The weaver of roots dwells here," Kalen said, her thought voice hushed with reverence. "She is very old and her thoughts are slow and deep. You must be patient." Rowan ducked his head and stepped through the root arch into a softly lit cavern. The walls were not stone, but the interwoven roots of the great tree above, glowing with a gentle, phosphorescent fungus that cast a pale, blue-green light. The air was cool and smelt richly of soil and peace. In the center of the cavern sat a badger. She was immense, her fur silvered with age, and her dark eyes held the patience of the earth itself. She was weaving delicate strands of fine, white rootlets into an impossibly complex pattern that lay in her lap. Rowan sat down before her, not knowing what to say. The badger, whom he felt was the weaver, did not look up from her work. Minutes stretched out, filled only with the soft, rhythmic sound of her breathing and the faint rustle of the rootlets. Rowan felt a flicker of impatience, a worry that the stone in his pocket was growing colder with each passing moment. He glanced at Kaelin, who sat calmly by the entrance, watching. Then he remembered Kaelin's words. "You must be patient." He took a deep breath, letting the cool, quiet air fill his lungs. He focused on the weaver's pause, on the deft, sure movements as she wove the rootlets. He watched the pattern emerge, a map of the forest, he realized, with every tree and stream represented in delicate, living thread. He saw the connection, the way every root below was as important as every branch above. He saw his own cottage, a tiny stitch at the edge of the tapestry. He didn't speak. He simply watched, and in the watching, he felt his own restlessness settle. He felt himself becoming a part of the quiet, a part of the deep, slow rhythm of the earth. After a long time, the weaver of roots lifted her head. Her dark eyes met Rowan's, and in their depths he saw vast ages of forest history. She did not speak in words, but a knowing passed between them, a feeling of stability, of being grounded and held. She reached out a heavy paw and gently touched the heartstone in Rowan's pocket. A jolt of warmth, solid and reassuring, flowed from the point of contact. Rowan pulled the stone out. Its light, which had been so faint, now glowed with a steady, deep amber pulse, like the heart of the earth itself. The weaver gave a slow, deliberate blink, then returned to her weaving. "You have remembered the warmth of stillness," Kaelin's voice murmured in his mind as they emerged back into the dappled forest light. "The comfort of simply being." Encouraged, they continued their journey. The forest began to change, the ground sloped upwards and the trees grew thinner, allowing more of the sky to show through. They reached a high ridge where the wind sang constantly through the needles of a stand of tall, slender pines. Here, perched on the highest branch of the tallest pine, was a bird of such breathtaking beauty that Rowan caught his breath. It was a kingfisher, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its feathers were not merely blue, but the color of a twilight sky shot through with shimmering iridescent greens and purples. "The singer of leaves," Kaelin said. The bird opened its beak, and a melody poured forth. It was not a song of words, but a cascade of pure, liquid sound that seemed to mimic the rustle of leaves, the trickle of water, the whisper of the wind. It was a song of everything that grew and reached for the sun. It was joyful, but there was a thread of sorrow running through it, a lament for melodies forgotten. Rowan sat on a sun-warmed rock and listened. He let the music wash over him, feeling it tug at emotions he couldn't name. He heard the exuberance of a spring sapling and the weary sigh of an autumn leaf letting go. He found himself humming along, softly, finding a harmony to the bird's soaring melody. He wasn't a skilled singer, his voice was quiet and a little shaky, but he poured his feeling into it, his love for the forest, his worry for the stone, his hope. The singer of leaves paused its complex area and cocked its head, its bright, black eyes fixed on Rowan. Then it began to sing again, but this time its song wove around Rowan's simple hum, embracing it, lifting it, making it part of something greater. It was a duet between a master and a beginner, a sharing of joy. A warmth spread through Rowan's chest, a feeling of being heard and accepted for exactly who he was. He felt the heartstone grow warm against his leg. He pulled it out. Now, intertwined with the deep amber light, was a shimmering, dancing light of gold and green, pulsing in time with the music. The stone felt alive, vibrant. "You have shared the warmth of your own song," Kaelin said as the kingfisher gave a final, brilliant trill and fell silent, preening its feathers contentedly. The warmth of being truly seen. The final part of their journey led them down into a misty valley, where a small, clear stream chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The air was cool and damp, and the sound of the water was a constant, soothing presence. They followed the stream to its source. A quiet pool, so still and clear it was like a piece of the sky had fallen to the forest floor. Sitting on a mossy stone at the water's edge was an otter. She was sleek and playful, her eyes bright with intelligence and a hint of mischief. "The keeper of streams," Kalen announced. The otter looked at Rowan, then at the heartstone in his hand, which now glowed with two intertwined lights. She gave a chittering laugh and slipped into the water without a sound. She swam in a lazy circle, then dove deep, her body a fluid shadow in the clear water. She surfaced a moment later, holding something in her mouth. She swam to the edge and dropped it into Rowan's lap. It was a smooth, gray river stone, worn perfectly oval by the water's endless caress. Rowan picked it up. It was cool and comforting. He looked at the otter, confused. She chittered again and nudged his hand with her nose, then pointed her sleek head towards the pool. Understanding dawned. Rowan knelt at the water's edge, the river stone in one hand, the heartstone in the other. He looked into the still, clear water. He saw his own reflection, his wide, thoughtful eyes, his slightly messy hair. But he saw more than that. He saw the boy who had been lonely, who had felt like an outsider. And he saw the boy who had sat in patient silence with a badger, who had shared his humble song with a kingfisher, and who had walked trustingly with a fox. He saw that he was both. He saw that his quiet nature wasn't a flaw, but a different kind of strength. It was what had allowed him to hear the forest's whisper, to feel the stone's call. His journey had not been about changing who he was, but about understanding the value of his own gentle heart. A profound sense of acceptance washed over him, as clear and calming as the water in the pool. He closed his eyes and let the feeling fill him. When he opened them, he saw the otter watching him, her head tilted. She gave a slow, deliberate blink, much like the badger had. Then she slipped back into the water and swam away, her wake making ripples that slowly spread across the entire pool. Rowan looked down at the heartstone. As the ripples reached the far edge of the pool, a third light kindled within the stone, a cool, clear, silvery blue, like moonlight on water. It wove together with the deep amber and the shimmering gold, and the three lights began to pulse as one, a strong, steady, radiant beat. The stone was no longer just warm, it was hot with a gentle, life-giving heat, like a tiny sun cupped in his hands. "You have found the deepest warmth," Kalen said softly, coming to sit beside him. "The warmth of accepting yourself." The journey back to the hidden clearing was filled with a new, easy companionship. The forest seemed to rejoice with them. Flowers lifted their heads, their colors vivid once more. The leaves on the trees seemed greener, and the very air hummed with vitality. When they stepped through the curtain of willow branches, Rowan gasped. The clearing was transformed. The ancient oak stood proud and strong, its leaves a vibrant, healthy green. The moss underfoot was a lush emerald carpet, studded with bioluminescent mushrooms that glowed with soft blues and greens. The air was warm and sweet, thrumming with an energy that was both ancient and newborn. Rowan walked to the great oak and placed the heartstone back into its natural bowl in the fork of the tree. The moment it touched the wood, the stone flared with a brilliant, joyous light, illuminating the entire clearing in a warm, golden radiance. The light then settled into a constant, gentle glow, pulsing softly like a sleeping heartbeat. He turned to Kalen. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Rowan," the fox replied, her thought voice warm. "You did not just bring your warmth to the stone. You learned to see the warmth you always carried inside. This grove will remember you, and you will always be welcome here." She nuzzled his hand once, a brief, soft touch, then turned and melted back into the shadows of the forest, a whisper of copper in the deepening twilight. Rowan stood for a long moment, breathing in the renewed life of the clearing. He felt different. The quiet loneliness that had often accompanied him was gone, replaced by a deep, an abiding sense of connection. He knew now that friendship could be found in the most unexpected places, and that the greatest journeys were the ones that led you back to yourself. He walked home as the first stars began to prick the darkening sky. The path was clear and friendly, and he felt the forest watching over him, not as an outsider, but as a friend. When he reached his cottage, he saw the firelight dancing in the window, a welcoming beacon. That night, as he lay in his bed, he didn't need the stone on his windowsill to feel its warmth. It glowed steadily within him, a quiet, enduring light born of patience, shared song, and self-acceptance. He closed his eyes, listening to the soft crackle of the fire downstairs and the gentle sigh of the wind in the trees outside his window. They were no longer separate sounds, but parts of a single, peaceful melody, the same melody that pulsed in the heart of the hidden grove, and now in his own. And as sleep gently pulled him into its embrace, Rowan smiled, knowing that some friendships never end, and that the truest light is the one we learn to kindle for ourselves. The fire in the hearth settled with a final, contented pop, its work done for the night, leaving only the warm, dark silence and the promise of sweet dreams. Story 2. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled in a gentle valley where the river whispered secrets to the stones, there was a mystery afoot. It began subtly, as the best mysteries often do. The village baker, a kind woman named Cora, noticed it first when she pulled her morning loaves from the oven. The cinnamon rolls she had sprinkled with sugar bore tiny constellations that hadn't been there when she put them in. The sugar had rearranged itself into patterns resembling Orion and Cassiopeia, glittering strangely under the dawn light. Then the clock tower in the village square, which had chimed faithfully for 200 years, began humming instead of ringing. The sound was soft and melodic, like a lullaby played on glass bells, but no one could explain why the familiar bronze tones had transformed overnight. Most peculiar of all, the flowers in the widow Hester's garden began changing colors with the breeze, roses shifting from crimson to sapphire, daisies turning from white to gold, then back again. The village children, who usually chased fireflies along the cobblestone paths after supper, started noticing something even stranger. The stars above Willowbrook seemed fewer each night, as if someone were gently plucking them from the sky like ripe berries. The familiar constellations grew faint, their patterns dissolving into scattered, lonely points of light. Among the villagers lived a quiet, observant young woman named Alara, who mended clocks and tended the village library. She noticed things others overlooked, the way dust motes danced in certain patterns when a secret was about to be revealed, how the oldest books on the shelves sometimes hummed in harmony with the clock tower. When the village council gathered in the town square, their faces lit by lanterns swinging in the gentle evening breeze, Alara stood at the edge of the crowd, listening. "Perhaps it's the work of forest sprites," suggested the blacksmith, his deep voice mingling with the chirping crickets. "Or maybe the river is dreaming again," murmured the weaver, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns in the air. Alara simply observed. She noticed how the wind chimes hanging from the bakery eaves played a different tune when the color-changing flowers shifted hues. She saw how the village cats all faced east when the clock tower hummed its glass bell melody. And she remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing while rocking her to sleep. When stars begin to disappear, and clocks forget to chime, when colors dance from there to here, and backwards flows the time, seek the pattern in the leaves, the map the moonlight weaves, where silver keys and memories are hiding in the eaves. The next morning, Alara visited the village elders, asking if anyone had experienced time flowing backwards. Old Man Hemlock, who carved wooden toys near the weeping willow, chuckled and said his morning tea had steeped itself back into dry leaves 3 times that week. The children reported finding yesterday's footprints freshly pressed in the morning dew. Alara began her investigation at the library, where the oldest maps of Willowbrook were kept. She unrolled a parchment so ancient it crackled like autumn leaves, its edges soft as moth wings. The map showed not just the village and river, but patterns of starlight that had fallen on Willowbrook centuries ago. In the corner, someone had inked a series of constellations, alongside what looked like musical notes. Following what she thought was a clue, Alara spent an afternoon tracing the path of a forgotten creek bed shown on the old map. This led her to the discovery of a family of badgers who had moved into an abandoned root cellar, their fur shimmering with what looked like captured starlight. Though this wasn't the answer to the missing stars, the badgers showed her their collection of luminous mushrooms they'd gathered, which now glowed along the village paths at night, creating a new kind of constellation underfoot. Another red herring appeared when Alara noticed the village starlings gathering unusual materials for their nests: silver threads, strands of hair that shone like moonlight, and petals from the color-changing flowers. She followed them to the clock tower, thinking they might be connected to the humming, only to find they had woven a breathtaking tapestry of materials across the tower's north face, which now caught the light in rainbow patterns each dawn. The true breakthrough came when Alara realized the nursery rhyme's line about the map the moonlight weaves wasn't referring to parchment at all. One evening, as the moon rose over Willowbrook, she noticed its light casting shadows through the newly bare branches of the star-bereft sky. The shadows fell across the village in a perfect replica of the constellation patterns missing above. She followed the shadow map to the heart of the village, where the moonlight traced the pattern of Ursa Major directly over the clock tower. Inside, she found the ancient clockwork mechanism glowing with soft, captured starlight. The gears were turning backwards. Alara sat on the dusty floor, listening to the hum of the machinery and watching the reversed motion of the cogs and springs. Then she remembered the second part of the nursery rhyme, where silver keys and memories are hiding in the eaves. In the rafters above the clockwork she found not a key, but a family of clock mice, tiny, silvery creatures with gears for bones and starlight in their eyes. They had been trying to repair the clock's heart, which had grown weary after 2 centuries of counting time forward. In their well-meaning efforts, they had accidentally reversed the mechanism, causing the strange occurrences throughout Willowbrook. The clock mice, who measured time in heartbeats and memories rather than minutes, explained that the missing stars weren't gone. They had been gathered to power the clock's healing, and the color-changing flowers were simply reflecting the emotional state of the village, which had been anxious about the changes. The backwards flowing time had allowed old memories to resurface. The day the blacksmith's grandfather first lit his forge, the morning the baker discovered her cinnamon roll recipe, the moment the weaver's daughter took her first steps. Alara didn't scold the clock mice. Instead, she gathered the villagers and explained what she had discovered. Together, they decided to help the tiny creatures repair the clock properly, using not just starlight but their collective memories of joyful moments. Each villager brought a cherished memory to share: the sound of children laughing in the first snowfall, the taste of sun-warmed berries from the hillside, the scent of rain on dry earth. As these memories were woven into the clockwork alongside the captured starlight, something beautiful happened. The clock began chiming again, but now its bells played a melody composed of all their shared experiences. The stars returned to the sky, brighter than before, and arranged themselves in new constellations that told the story of Willowbrook. The color-changing flowers settled into hues no one had ever seen, colors that shifted with the villagers' moods, creating a living tapestry of their collective emotional landscape. The mystery had brought them closer, helping them appreciate the invisible threads connecting their lives. The backwards flowing time had given them the gift of remembering what mattered most, and the missing stars had taught them that light sometimes needs to be gathered before it can be properly shared. Now, when the clock tower chimes the hour, its bells ring with the melody of their shared memories. The children look up at the new constellations, the baker's rolling pin, the weaver's loom, the librarian's book, and know the stories behind each one. And on quiet evenings, when the wind chimes play and the gentle rain patters on the cobblestones, the villagers sometimes find tiny sugar constellations on their pastries, reminding them that even the sweetest mysteries are meant to be shared. As the firelight casts dancing shadows around the room and the clock tower chimes softly in the distance, the people of Willowbrook rest easy, knowing that their village is held together by something stronger than magic. The gentle, observant care they show for one another, and the understanding that every ending is simply a new pattern waiting to be discovered in the stars. Story 3. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft, swirling clouds, there lived two beings from different worlds. One was a gentle creature from the planet Luminara, where beings communicated through shifting colors that danced across their skin like liquid light. His name was Kor, and he moved with a soft, floating grace, his slender limbs leaving faint trails of silver in the air as he walked. The other was from the world of Harmonia, where music flowed through everything, and beings spoke through delicate harmonies that shimmered in the air like visible sound. Her name was Lyra, and her body seemed to be woven from crystalline threads that hummed with gentle melodies whenever she moved. They met by chance near a forgotten moon, where Kor's small exploration vessel had malfunctioned, leaving him drifting in the silent void. Lyra, who had been charting the harmonic patterns of nearby nebulae, heard the faint, distressed color pulses coming from his ship, a desperate, flickering gray that spoke of loneliness and fear. With careful precision, she guided her own vessel, which resembled a collection of interwoven wind chimes, toward his, using her harmonic abilities to gently nudge his ship toward a nearby asteroid field where they could find temporary shelter. Their first attempts at communication were like two musicians trying to play a duet without knowing the same scale. Kor would glow with what he intended as a friendly, welcoming gold, only for Lyra to interpret it as a warning signal and respond with a concerned, descending chord. When Lyra attempted to express curiosity through a rising, questioning melody, Kor would shrink back, his colors dimming to a confused lavender. They spent their first hours together in a dance of misinterpretation, each trying to be kind, each accidentally causing confusion. Yet beneath their failed attempts at conversation, both sensed the other's good heart. Kor noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened whenever she saw his colors flicker with uncertainty, and Lyra observed how Kor's light patterns grew warmer and more patient with each misunderstanding. They found a small, crystalline cave within one of the larger asteroids, a place where the walls were formed of light-catching prisms that scattered starlight into rainbows, and where the air hummed with the faint, natural resonance of the crystals. Together, they began to transform this cave into their shared sanctuary. Kor, using his innate ability to manipulate light, wove strands of captured starlight through the highest crystals, creating a soft, perpetual twilight within the space. Lyra, with her harmonic gifts, tuned the natural vibrations of the cave until they created a gentle, background melody that reminded them both of home. They gathered strange, bioluminescent fungi that grew in the asteroid's crevices, placing them in careful patterns that pulsed with soft blue and green light. Kor cultivated these glowing plants until they formed a carpet of living light across the cave floor, while Lyra arranged crystalline formations that amplified and harmonized with the plant's natural rhythms. Their greatest challenge came when they tried to establish their daily routines within the cave. Kor, being from Luminara, needed to absorb specific light wavelengths to maintain his energy, which required periods of complete darkness followed by intense, colorful illumination. Lyra, meanwhile, needed to bathe in specific sound frequencies to keep her crystalline form from becoming brittle, which involved creating rather loud harmonic resonances throughout the cave. The first time Kor entered his dark cycle, Lyra accidentally began her harmonic bath, filling the cave with vibrations that disrupted Kor's rest and left his colors faded and distressed. Similarly, when Lyra needed silence to realign her inner frequencies, Core's light gathering often created visual interference that disrupted her concentration. After several days of accidentally disrupting each other's essential cycles, they developed a system using the cave itself as their translator. Core learned to project specific color patterns onto certain crystals that Lyra had tuned to respond to different hues. A soft blue meant, "I need quiet," while a gentle orange signaled, "Your music is welcome." Lyra in turn discovered that by humming specific notes near particular light-catching fungi, she could make them glow in patterns that Core understood. A rising scale meant, "I need more light," while a descending one asked for darkness. Their sanctuary became not just a shelter, but a living bridge between their two ways of being. One evening, as they sat together watching a distant nebula through the cave's opening, a spectacular swirl of cosmic dust glowing with ethereal light, they experienced their first true moment of understanding without translation. Core, watching the magnificent display, felt such profound wonder that his entire being began to shimmer with a complex pattern of colors he'd never produced before. Swirls of deep violet intertwined with specks of gold and strands of cerulean. Lyra, seeing this beautiful display and feeling the emotion behind it, found herself humming a melody that seemed to come from somewhere beyond her understanding, a harmony that perfectly mirrored the emotional essence of Core's colors. In that moment, they realized they were communicating the same feeling, awe at the universe's beauty, gratitude for their friendship, and peace in their shared space, through their different languages simultaneously. The colors and harmonies wove together in the cave, creating something entirely new, a symphony of light and sound that expressed what neither could have conveyed alone. Their days settled into a gentle rhythm after that breakthrough. They tended their glowing garden together, with Core providing the light the plants needed to thrive, while Lyra hummed the frequencies that encouraged their growth. They shared meals, Core absorbing the light from specially arranged crystals, while Lyra bathed in the cave's natural harmonics. They developed little rituals, like their evening stargazing where they would take turns describing what they saw, Core through color patterns projected against the cave wall, Lyra through improvised melodies, each teaching the other to see the universe through different senses. One particularly memorable day, they decided to create a joint project, a map of the surrounding star systems that combined both their ways of perceiving. Core used his light abilities to project star patterns onto the largest, flattest crystal in the cave, while Lyra tuned smaller crystals to hum, with notes representing each star's unique energy signature. The result was a breathtaking, multi-sensory star chart that allowed them to navigate the cosmos together in a way neither could have managed alone. There were still moments of misunderstanding, of course, like the time Core arranged all the glowing fungi into what he considered a beautiful, symmetrical pattern, only to discover that Lyra found perfect symmetry unsettling, or the time Lyra created a complex harmonic sequence that she intended as a gift, but which unfortunately resonated at a frequency that made Core's light patterns temporarily unstable. But these misunderstandings now became sources of gentle laughter and deeper learning, each mistake revealing more about their respective cultures and preferences. As the seasons passed, marked by the shifting positions of the distant stars, their bond deepened beyond what either could have imagined. They discovered that their different ways of perceiving the world actually complemented each other perfectly. Core's light-based perception could detect subtle energy patterns that Lyra's sound-based senses missed, while Lyra could hear the harmonic relationships between celestial bodies that were invisible to Core's light-based observation. Together, they understood their corner of the universe more completely than either could alone. One night, as they watched a meteor shower paint silver streaks across the darkness, they realized they had created something rare and precious, a friendship that transcended not just worlds, but the very ways they experienced reality. In the comfortable silence between meteor flashes, Core glowed with a soft, steady gold, the color of deep contentment, while Lyra hummed a melody that vibrated with the same emotion. They had learned each other's languages so thoroughly that they no longer needed the cave's translation system. They understood each other directly, heart to heart. When the time eventually came for their separate journeys to continue, Kor's ship repaired, Lyra's harmonic mapping mission calling her elsewhere, they knew their friendship would endure. They had built something in that crystalline cave that couldn't be contained by physical space, a connection that would span the light years between them. As a farewell gift, each created a keepsake for the other. Kor wove a tiny, light-containing crystal that would pulse with his colors whenever Lyra hummed a specific note, while Lyra tuned a small wind chime that would sound with her harmonies whenever it caught the light in a particular way. Their final evening together was spent in their sanctuary, watching the stars wheel slowly past their cave opening. No colors flashed, no melodies played, just the quiet understanding that some bonds transcend all barriers, that kindness needs no translation, and that the universe feels less vast when you found a friend who sees it differently, yet shares your wonder. Long after they went their separate ways, the crystalline cave remained, a testament to friendship across worlds, still glowing with Kor's captured starlight, still humming with Lyra's harmonies, waiting to welcome any other travelers who might need shelter, and bearing silent witness to the truth that the most universal language isn't spoken in words or colors or melodies, but in the quiet spaces between, where understanding blooms like starlight in the dark. Story 4. Deep within the heart of the world lay the Whispering Woods, an ancient forest where moonlight wove itself through the branches like silver thread, and magic hummed in the very soil beneath one's feet. It was a place untouched by the hurried hands of time, where the night held its breath in reverence, and the stars leaned closer to listen. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety mosses and decaying leaves, soft and yielding underfoot. Moss-covered stones, rounded by centuries of gentle rains, dotted the landscape like sleeping giants. When the moon rose, its beams would catch on the dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs, transforming them into necklaces of liquid diamond. In the deepest clearings, where the canopy opened to the sky, bioluminescent fungi glowed with a soft blue-green light, pulsing gently as if breathing in time with the forest itself. It was on such a night that a young hedgehog named Pip found himself unable to sleep. His burrow felt too small, his bed of dried ferns too restless. A peculiar stirring in his heart compelled him to venture out into the moon-drenched woods. Pip was no stranger to the night. He often foraged for beetles by twilight, but tonight felt different. The air carried a new scent, one of change and mystery. As he trundled along a path bordered by ferns, Pip noticed something extraordinary. A single thread of moonlight had fallen to the forest floor, glowing with tangible light. When he reached out a cautious paw, the thread coiled around his wrist like a friendly vine. It tugged gently, as if inviting him to follow. "Where are you taking me?" Pip whispered to the moonbeam. The forest answered not with words, but with sensations. The leaves rustled in a way that sounded like soft laughter. The stream he crossed murmured encouragement over its smooth, dark stones. Even the ancient oaks seemed to lend their branches slightly, pointing the way forward. Pip followed the moonbeam thread deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured. Here the trees grew so close together their bark had fused in places, creating archways and tunnels veiled in shadow. Yet the glowing fungi lit his path, their gentle illumination revealing wonders at every turn. A patch of flowers that bloomed only in moonlight, their petals shimmering like crushed pearls. A family of dormice sleeping in a woven nest of thistledown, their tiny chests rising and falling in perfect rhythm. After what felt like both moments and eternities, Pip emerged into a starlit clearing. At its center stood the oldest living thing in the Whispering Woods, a great silver oak named Arian. His bark was textured like wrinkled parchment, and his branches spread so wide they seemed to hold up the sky itself. Beneath his canopy, the air smelled of ancient wisdom and damp earth. "Little one," came a voice that was not a sound but a vibration in the very air. "You have followed the calling." Pip looked around, confused. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Look closer, the vibration hummed again. Pip's eyes adjusted to the dappled shadows beneath the oak, and there he saw her, a great horned owl perched on a low-hanging branch, her feathers the color of tree bark in moonlight. Her eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "I am Lyra," she said, her voice the sound of wind moving through pine needles. "And you have come because the forest senses your restlessness." Pip bowed his head. "I couldn't sleep. There's an emptiness in my chest." Lyra blinked slowly. "The forest understands emptiness. It is the space where new things grow. Come, sit with me a while." As Pip settled at the base of the great oak, the clearing came alive with gentle sounds, the patter of light rain beginning to fall, each drop hitting leaves with a soft percussion, the whisper of wind combing through the pine needles, the distant gurgle of a stream telling its endless story. These natural melodies wove together into a symphony that eased the tension from Pip's small body. "Watch," Lyra said softly. As the rain fell, Pip noticed the bioluminescent fungi brighten, their glow intensifying as water touched them. Tiny droplets rolled down tree bark, creating miniature rivers that caught the moonlight. The moss covering the stones seemed to drink the rain gratefully, plumping up like emerald pillows. "Everything here speaks," Lyra explained. "You need only learn to listen." She taught Pip how to distinguish between the chatter of a busy stream and the contemplative silence of a still pond. She showed him how to understand the language of the stones, how the warm ones welcomed the sun's return, while the cool ones held the moon's secrets. Pip learned that the trees communicated through the subtle swaying of their branches and the chemical messages carried through their interconnected root systems. "Each season has its own magic," Lyra said as the rain softened to a drizzle. "Spring sings with new beginnings, summer hums with growth, autumn whispers of release, and winter teaches us the grace of stillness." Pip thought of his own restlessness. "But what if I don't know which season my heart is in?" Lyra's feathers ruffled in what might have been a smile. "Then you listen more closely." The great oak Aryan shuddered gently, and a single silver leaf drifted down, landing in Pip's lap. As he touched it, images flooded his mind, a memory of last autumn when he had gathered nuts with such urgency, fearing there wouldn't be enough. He had worked himself into exhaustion, missing the beauty of the crimson and gold leaves, the camaraderie of other forest creatures preparing for winter. "The forest remembers what we forget," Lyra said softly. "That there is enough, that every ending makes space for a new beginning. That rest is not idleness, but renewal." As if on cue, the clouds parted and moonlight poured into the clearing, making the raindrops on every leaf and petal glitter. The bioluminescent fungi pulsed in response, their light dancing with the moonbeams. From between the trees emerged other nocturnal creatures, a badger with stripes like moonlight shadows, a family of foxes with coats the color of autumn, a parliament of owls observing from higher branches. They gathered around Pip not as strangers, but as friends he simply hadn't met yet. The badger shared stories of the underground tunnels, where roots intertwined like old friends holding hands. The foxes demonstrated games of shadow tag they played in the moonlit meadows. The owls contributed to the symphony with their soft, rhythmic hooting that seemed to beat in time with the forest's heart. Pip realized his chest no longer felt empty. It felt full of new friendships, full of forest wisdom, full of the peace that comes from understanding one's place in the great tapestry of life. "The magic was here all along," Pip murmured, more to himself than anyone. Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "The greatest magic often is. It sleeps in the soil after winter, waits in the seed before spring, rests in the heart during times of uncertainty." As dawn began to tint the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose, the creatures gradually slipped away to their daytime resting places. The bioluminescent fungi dimmed their glow, saving their light for another night. The moonbeam thread that had guided Pip unwound from his wrist and rose back toward the fading stars. "Remember," Lyra said as she prepared to take flight, "the forest's wisdom is always here for you. In the murmur of the stream, the sigh of the wind, the patience of the stones, when restlessness visits again, come listen." Pip made his way back to his burrow as the first birds began their morning songs. The path seemed different now, familiar yet new. He noticed how the morning dew gathered in the cup-shaped leaves, how the earliest sunbeams touched the treetops with gold, how the forest transitioned from night to day with seamless grace. When he finally curled up in his nest of ferns, sleep came easily. His dreams were filled with silver leaves and friendly shadows, with the soft hooting of owls and the gentle glow of bioluminescent pathways. He dreamed of cycles and seasons, of endings that were beginnings in disguise, of emptiness that made room for new wonders. Outside his burrow, the whispering woods settled into daytime slumber, carrying within its ancient heart all the magic and wisdom of the night, waiting patiently for the moon to rise again and awaken the stories sleeping in every stone, stream, and root. And deep in his dreams, Pip understood that he was both student and storyteller, listener and speaker, part of the endless, beautiful cycle that hummed through the starlit clearings and moon-dappled paths of the ancient forest he called home. Story 5. The old house at the end of Willow Lane had always held its breath, keeping secrets in the slant of its roof and the whispers in its walls. On a particular autumn afternoon, when the light fell in long, golden slants and the air smelled of wood smoke and decaying leaves, a young girl named Clara discovered something extraordinary in the most ordinary of places. It began in the attic, a place Clara visited when the world felt too loud. She loved the hush up there, the way dust motes danced in the sunbeams that pierced through the single round window. The floorboards creaked a familiar greeting under her slippered feet, a soft crick-crack that was the house's own heartbeat. Today, tucked behind a steamer trunk smelling faintly of cedar and forgotten journeys, she found a small wooden chest she'd never seen before. It was no larger than a loaf of bread, carved with swirling patterns that looked like vines chasing their own tails. There was no lock, only a simple tarnished clasp that gave way with a gentle click. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass Clara had ever seen. Its face was made of what appeared to be mother of pearl, shimmering with soft colors, and instead of north, south, east, and west, it bore 4 symbols: a hummingbird, a key, a teardrop, and a star. The needle, a slender sliver of silver, didn't point in any earthly direction. It quivered, spinning slowly before settling decisively, not on a symbol, but pointing directly at Clara's own heart. A soft gasp escaped her lips. She picked it up, its brass casing warm against her palm. As her fingers closed around it, the attic seemed to grow stiller, the dust settling, the distant chime of the grandfather clock downstairs fading into a profound silence. Then a new sound emerged, a gentle, melodic humming, like a bee drowsy with pollen, coming from the compass itself. This was the beginning of Clara's journey, a journey that would not be measured in miles on a map, but in the quiet, brave steps she took within herself. The compass, she soon learned, was the heart's needle. Its humming grew more insistent, pulling her not toward the door, but toward the darkest, most cobweb-draped corner of the attic. Her courage, a small, flickering candle flame inside her, wavered. She was not fond of dark corners. But the compass hummed encouragingly in her hand, its light pulsing softly. From a jumble of old picture frames, a small, polished stone with a painted eye rolled out. It was followed by a plump knitted mouse with one button eye missing, who shook the dust from his yarn whiskers. "Well now," said the mouse, his voice a comfortable, rumbly sound. "The needle's chosen, took its time, it did, I'm Barnaby." He gestured with a knitted paw to the stone. "And this is Orin, he doesn't say much, but he sees a great deal." Orin, the stone gave a warm, almost imperceptible glow. It led me here, Clara whispered, holding out the compass. The needle was now pointing firmly at the dark corner. Ah, Barnaby nodded sagaciously. The needle doesn't point to places, child. It points to what needs mending. Looks like there's something in that corner that's feeling a bit lost. The challenge was immediate. The corner was a fortress of shadows, home to things that rustled and sighed. Clara's feet felt rooted to the spot. But Barnaby, with a kindly squeak, nudged her ankle. Courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about taking a step even when you are. We'll be right beside you. Oren glowed a little brighter, casting a small, warm circle of light on the floor ahead of them. With the compass humming in one hand and Barnaby pattering beside her, Clara took that first step. Then another. The shadows seemed to shrink back from Oren's gentle light, revealing not monsters, but only stacks of old books and a forgotten rocking horse. In the very corner, tucked behind a rolled-up rug, was a small, dusty bird cage. And inside the cage was not a bird, but a tiny, trembling creature made of light and air, its wings folded tightly around itself. It was a moon moth, a creature of soft luminescence and silent flight, now trapped and dim. The compass needle quivered, pointing directly at the moth. This was what needed mending. The cage door was latched with a tiny, rusted bolt that wouldn't budge. Clara tried pulling at it with her fingernails, but it was stuck fast. Frustration began to prickle at her. She thought of forcing it, of finding a tool to break it. "Patience, dear heart," Barnaby advised, settling on her knee. "A forced kindness is no kindness at all. Look closer." Clara took a deep breath, the cozy scent of old paper and wood calming her. She looked not at the bolt, but at the moth. It was shivering, its light fading in and out like a distant star on a cloudy night. She saw that one of its delicate, silver filament wings was bent, caught in the hinge of the cage door. Her rush to free it had only made the creature more frightened. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice as soft as the moth's own light. "I was being clumsy." She didn't try to force the bolt again. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the floor, the compass resting in her lap, its hum a steady, soothing presence. Oren glowed beside the cage, and Barnaby began to tell a long, rambling story about a cheese moon and a river of yarn, his rumbly voice a comfort. Clara simply waited, her presence a quiet promise. She didn't stare at the moth, but occasionally she would hum along with the compass, a soft, wordless tune. After what felt like a small forever, the moon moth slowly uncurled. It tilted its head, its antennae twitching, listening to the gentle sounds of the attic, the rustle whisper of Barnaby's story, the hum of the compass, the soft rhythm of Clara's breathing. Seeing that the moth was no longer panicking, Clara leaned forward, her movements slow and deliberate. With infinite care, using the very tip of her smallest finger, she gently nudged the bent wing, guiding it free from the hinge. It sprang back into its proper shape, and a shower of tiny, luminous sparks drifted from it. Now, she turned her attention back to the rusted bolt. She remembered an old tin of salve her grandmother kept for stiff hinges. Slipping downstairs, she retrieved it, the familiar scent of lemon and beeswax filling the air as she returned. She dabbed a tiny bit onto the bolt, whispering, "There now, that should help." She waited a moment, letting the salve work its way into the rust, and then tried again. This time, with a soft, grateful creak, the bolt slid back. The cage door swung open. The moon moth hesitated on its perch for a moment, then fluttered out. It didn't fly away immediately. It circled Clara's head once, twice, its wings making a sound like silk brushing against silence. A single glowing tear, the color of moonlight on water, fell from its eye and landed on the mother-of-pearl face of the compass with a soft plink. Where it landed, the symbol of the teardrop shimmered and then dissolved, replaced by a new, gentle symbol, an open hand. The moth then flew to the round attic window, which swung open as if by magic, and vanished into the twilight, its light joining the first stars of the evening. A deep peace settled over the attic. The compass in Clara's hand was still. The needle, she noticed, no longer pointed at her heart, but rested peacefully in the center, as if its work was done. For now, Barnaby gave a contented sigh. A heart's need met, he said. Well done. Oren glowed his warm, silent agreement. Clara didn't feel as if she had conquered a great beast or crossed a wide ocean. She felt warmer, softer, as if a little of the moon moth's light had stayed inside her. She had faced a dark corner, not with a sword, but with stillness. She had solved a puzzle not with force, but with patience. She had mended a broken thing with kindness. She placed the heart's needle back into its wooden chest, the new symbol of the open hand gleaming softly. She knew this was not the end of its stories, only the first chapter. There would be other needs to find, other quiet courage to summon, other friends to meet in forgotten corners. As she descended the attic stairs, the familiar sounds of the house welcomed her back, the purr rumble of the cat weaving around her ankles, the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock, the distant, comforting clatter of dinner being prepared. The world was the same, yet entirely different, for she now carried a wonderful secret within her, that the greatest adventures are not found in faraway lands, but in the quiet, brave choices we make, and that even the most ordinary of places can hold the most extraordinary magic, waiting for a kind heart to discover it. And in the gentle, rhythmic breathing of the sleeping house, Clara knew, with a certainty that warmed her to her toes, that she would always be ready to listen. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing amber shadows upon the walls of the quiet room. The scent of aged oak and cinnamon filled the air, and the warmth wrapped around you like a favorite blanket. Tonight, dear listener, I shall tell you a story about a boy who carried winter in his pockets, and how he learned to kindle summer in his heart. Our story begins with a boy named Kalen, who lived in a village nestled in a valley where the mountains wore white caps all year round. Frost decorated window panes even in midsummer, and chimney smoke curled perpetually against a pale sky. Kalen was a quiet child with thoughtful gray eyes and hands that always felt cold, no matter how close he sat to the fire. He was not unhappy precisely, but there was a stillness about him, a quiet loneliness that seemed to deepen when the long twilight hours settled over the valley. You see, Kalen possessed a peculiar and secret thing. In the pocket of his coat, he carried a small, smooth stone that was always cold to the touch. It was a deep, glossy black, like a piece of the night sky, and if you looked very closely, you could see tiny, silver flecks deep within it that shimmered like distant stars. This was no ordinary stone. It was a sliver of the long dark, a fragment of the first and deepest winter. His grandmother had given it to him when he was very small, whispering that it was meant to keep him safe. And it did in its way. It made him quiet and observant. But it also kept others at a gentle distance, for a faint chill seemed to linger in the air around him, a subtle reminder of the solitude of a snow-covered field. One afternoon when the sun was a weak, silver coin behind a veil of cloud, Kalen walked along the edge of the Whispering Wood, a forest so ancient and vast that its secrets were known only to the wind and the trees. He was tracing the patterns of frost on fallen leaves when he saw a flicker of light deep among the trunks. It was not the stark white of snow-reflected sun, nor the yellow of a lantern. This was a deep, pulsing, russet glow, the color of embers in a banked fire. Curiosity, a feeling that usually slept quietly within his wintry heart, stirred awake. He pushed aside a low-hanging bough, its needles dusted with frost, and stepped into the deeper gloom of the wood. The air grew still and hushed, the only sound the soft crunch of his boots on the frozen ground. He followed the ember glow, a beacon in the gathering dusk. It led him to the base of an enormous, gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted into shapes like wise old faces. There, nestled among its great roots, was the source of the light. It was a fox. But such a fox. Its fur was the color of burnt sienna and rich mahogany, and from the very tips of its ears and the end of its bushy tail, it emitted that gentle, pulsing, ember-like glow. The light waxed and waned with the creature's breathing, casting a warm, cozy circle in the cold clearing. The fox was looking at him, its head tilted, its eyes holding the ancient, knowing glint of polished copper. Kalen froze, his cold hand closing around the stone in his pocket. He expected the fox to startle and vanish into the shadows. But it did not. It simply sat, regarding him with a calm, unwavering gaze. Then it did something extraordinary. It chuffed softly, a warm puff of air that misted in the cold, and then it lay down, curling its glowing tail around its paws, as if inviting him to sit. Hesitantly, Kalen took a step forward, then another, until he was within the circle of the fox's warm light. For the first time he could remember, the deep, persistent cold that lived in his bones began to recede, replaced by a gentle, radiating warmth. It was not the dry heat of a fire, but the living warmth of a sun-warmed stone or the comfort of a shared smile. "You are far from the village, little Ember," a voice said, not in the air, but inside his mind. It was a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves and the soft crackle of a hearth. Kalen started, looking around before his eyes settled back on the fox. You can't speak." The fox's copper eyes seemed to smile. "All things can speak if one knows how to listen. The trees speak in the groaning of their boughs, the streams speak in their bubbling song. You yourself speak in the silence you carry. My name is Ember, and you are a child who walks with winter." Kalen slowly sat on a moss-covered log, the chill of the wood seeping through his trousers until the fox shifted, its glowing tail brushing closer, and the chill vanished. "I have this," he said softly, opening his hand to show the dark, cold stone. "It makes me cold." Ember leaned forward, sniffing the stone without touching it. "Ah, a sliver of the long dark, a heavy gift for a young heart. It keeps you safe, but it also keeps you separate, does it not? Like a single tree in a field of snow." Kalen nodded, a lump forming in his throat. He had never had the words for the feeling before, but the fox had found them perfectly. "It's very lonely," he whispered. "Then perhaps," Ember said, his warm light pulsing a little brighter, "your journey is not about carrying the winter, but about learning to build a fire. I have a mystery to show you if you are willing, a place that has been waiting for a heart like yours." And so, Kalen's true journey began. Not a grand, heroic quest, but a gentle, winding path of transformation. He began to visit Ember in the Whispering Wood every day. The fox became his guide and his first true friend. With Ember, Kalen learned to listen to the forest. He learned that the chatter of squirrels was a gossipy news service, that the tapping of a woodpecker was a message to the roots below, and that the sigh of the wind through the pines was an old, old lullaby. Ember showed him a hidden world, one that existed just beside the one he knew. It was a world woven into the mossy undergrowth and the hollows of ancient trees. There were little doors of woven twigs at the base of willow trees, and tiny lanterns, lit by captive fireflies, hanging from lower branches. This was the realm of the glimmer folk, small, shy creatures who tended to the health of the forest. They were beings of soft light and quieter sounds, who mended broken spiderwebs and guided lost seeds to fertile ground. But something was amiss in the hidden world. A gentle mystery hung in the air, subtle as the scent of distant rain. The glimmer folk were anxious. Their lights, usually a cheerful gold and green, now flickered with a nervous blue. The central heart of their hidden realm was a great crystalline pool known as the Sunken Star, for it was said a fragment of the first morning star had fallen there long ago, filling the waters with a gentle, perpetual warmth and light. But now the pool was growing cold. The light within it was dimming, and a fragile, unseasonable film of ice was beginning to form at its edges. "The heart of our wood is cooling," explained a tiny glimmerfolk elder named Lior, his body glowing with a faint, worried silver. "The warmth is fading, and with it the vitality of the forest. The trees sleep too deeply, the seeds are slow to wake, and a quiet sorrow is taking root. We do not know why." Kalen, sitting within Ember's warm glow, felt the truth of it. The cold of the sliver in his pocket seemed to resonate with the cold of the pool. It was a similar loneliness, a similar stillness. He looked at the worried faces of the small glimmer folk, their gentle lights trembling, and he felt a new sensation, a desire to help, to warm them, to fix what was broken. "Perhaps," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper, yet it carried in the hushed clearing, "the cold is not an enemy to be fought, but a silence waiting for a song. My stone, it is cold, but Ember is warm. Maybe the pool needs a friend too." Ember chuffed softly, a sound of approval. "Wisdom often wears the cloak of simplicity, little Ember. You may be right. The sunken star has been alone in its task for a very long time. It gives its warmth freely, but perhaps it has forgotten how to receive it." And so a plan was formed, not a plan of great power or magic, but one of small, authentic moments. Kalen, guided by the glimmer folk and guarded by Ember, would seek out the four keepers of the wood, ancient beings who represented the essential elements of the forest's spirit. From each he would ask not for a thing, but for a memory of warmth, a story of connection. Their first journey was to the high meadows to find Alia, the keeper of sun sighs. She was not a person, but an ancient, solitary sunflower that grew where no other sunflower could, her face always turned toward the sun, even when it was hidden by clouds. When Kalen stood before her, he didn't ask for a petal or a seed. Instead, he sat and told her about the dimming sunken star and the worried glimmer folk. Alia listened, her great leaves rustling softly. When Kalen finished, she swayed gently. "The pool forgets the feeling of the sun on its surface," her voice whispered on the breeze. "It has been too long since it felt that first, joyful kiss of dawn." And then she gifted him not an object, but a sensation, the memory of the very first sunrise she had ever witnessed, a burst of glorious, golden warmth that had filled her from root to tip. She let this memory settle over Kalen like a blanket, and for a moment he felt so wonderfully, completely warm that the sliver in his pocket seemed to doze. Next they traveled to the cavern of echoing roots to find Bramble, the keeper of deep songs. Bramble was an old, grumpy badger whose set was woven through with the deepest roots of the forest. He was initially annoyed by the intrusion, his dark eyes glinting in the gloom. But Ember, with his gentle, ember-like glow, softened the badger's temper. Kalen, remembering his own loneliness, did not flinch from Bramble's gruffness. He simply sat and shared his own story of the cold stone and the quiet life it had given him. Bramble sniffed, his blunt nose twitching. "HMPH cold, I know cold, the deep earth knows it well." He was silent for a long time, the only sound the drip of water in the cavern. Then he began to hum. It was a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the very stone. It was the deep song, the sound the earth makes when it is content, the rumble of life thriving in the dark. It was not a loud song, but a foundational one, a warmth of presence and stability. He gifted this hum to Kalen, a vibration that settled deep in the boy's chest, a steady, warm drumbeat against the cold. Their third journey led them to the canopy, high in the interwoven branches of the oldest trees, to find Zephyr, the keeper of carried secrets. Zephyr was a family of breeze sprites, invisible but for the gentle dance of lives they created. They were playful and elusive, and Kalen had to learn to be still and patient, to feel their presence rather than see it. He stood on a high branch, Ember a steady glow beside him, and closed his eyes. He thought of the happiest sound he knew, the sound of the village children laughing as they built a snow fox in the square, a sound he had always listened to from his window. The breeze sprites swirled around him, intrigued by this quiet boy who offered a secret of his own. In return, they gifted him the collective whisper of 1,000 conversations between leaves, the gossip of the rain, the jokes of the sunlight, the comforting words trees share with one another when the wind blows hard. It was the warmth of community, of constant, gentle connection. The final journey was the most difficult. They had to find the heart of a living fire, but not one in a hearth. They sought Ignis, the keeper of hearth flames, who resided in the heart of the fire bloom, a rare flower that grew only where lightning had struck and kindled a blaze that the earth itself had swallowed and cooled. The fire bloom was a marvel, its petals the color of flame and ash, and at its center glowed a tiny, perpetual spark. Ignis did not speak in words or songs, but in a language of pure feeling. As Kalen approached, he felt a wave of fierce, protective heat. This was the warmth of home, of safety, of a door closed against the storm. He opened his heart and let the fire feel his intention, not to take, but to give, to rekindle a fading heart. The fire bloom pulsed, and a single glowing seed of pure warmth, no bigger than a dewdrop, floated from its center and came to rest on Kalen's palm. It did not burn but nestled there, radiating a profound, comforting heat that sank right through his skin and into his very soul. With the 4 gifts, the memory of dawn joy, the steady hum of the earth, the whisper of community, and the seed of hearth warmth, Kalen returned to the sunken star. The glimmer folk gathered around, their lights flickering with a mixture of hope and fear. The film of ice had grown thicker. Kalen walked to the water's edge. He didn't throw the gifts in. Instead, he knelt and did what felt most natural. He began to tell the pool a story. He spoke of Alia's first sunrise, letting the golden memory spill from his lips. He hummed Bramble's deep song, the vibration making the water ripple. He whispered Zephyr's secrets of the leaves, sharing the warmth of friendship. And finally, he cupped his hands and let the seed of hearth warmth from Ignis fall into the water. It sank a single falling star of warmth down into the heart of the pool. For a moment, nothing happened. The ice remained. The glimmer folk's lights dimmed. Kalen's heart sank. He had failed. But then a soft, golden light began to glow from the very center of the pool. It spread outward slowly, gently, like honey pouring into water. The film of ice began to melt, not with a crash, but with a soft, sighing sound. The water itself seemed to breathe a deep, grateful breath. The light within it brightened, pulsing with a warm, steady rhythm, filling the entire clearing with a soft, golden radiance. The trees seemed to straighten, their leaves looking greener. The very air felt softer, easier to breathe. The glimmer folk erupted in a chorus of tiny, chiming cheers, their lights blazing in joyful golds and greens. They danced around the pool, their worry replaced by radiant relief. Kalen felt a change in himself, too. He put his hand in his pocket and touched the sliver of the long dark. It was no longer cold. It was cool like a smooth river stone on a summer afternoon. The deep, persistent winter inside him had melted away, replaced by the gentle, enduring warmth he had helped to create. He had not destroyed the winter, but he had learned to live with it, to balance it with the summer in his heart. He had been transformed as surely as fire transforms wood, not by destroying it, but by revealing its hidden light and warmth. He looked at Ember, whose ember glow was now pulsing in time with the revitalized pool, a look of deep contentment in his copper eyes. Their unexpected friendship had warmed more than just the forest. It had thawed the lonely corners of a boy's soul. From that day on, Kalen was changed. The villagers noticed he smiled more easily, that his hands were no longer cold, and that a certain warm light seemed to linger in his gentle gray eyes. He still visited the Whispering Wood every day, sitting with Ember by the now brilliant sunken star, sharing stories with the glimmer folk. He had found his place not by being the loudest or the strongest, but by listening, by understanding, and by offering the small, authentic warmth of his own heart. And so, dear listener, as the fire in our own hearth burns down to a soft, glowing bed of coals, remember Kalen's story. Remember that even the deepest cold can be comforted by a gentle warmth. That transformation is often a quiet, steady process, like a seed growing in the dark earth. That the greatest journeys are the ones that lead us not to a place, but back to ourselves, a little wiser, a little warmer, and much less alone. Let the memory of the sunken stars light, and the sound of embers soft chuffing lull you now. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket. The mysteries of the night are gentle, and your dreams will be peaceful, for you carry your own quiet light within you, a steady ember in the soft darkness. Sleep now. All is well. Story 7. In the village of Stillwater, nestled in a gentle valley where the river flowed as slowly as honey, there was a mystery afoot. It began, as most peculiar things do, with something small. The silver wind chimes that hung from every eave, carved in the shapes of crescent moons and sleepy owls, began to ring backwards. Their usual gentle ting-ailing was now a soft nigh-ainit, a sound that made the villagers pause mid-sip of their chamomile tea and glance out their leaded glass windows. The one who noticed it first was a quiet soul named Rowan, who mended clocks and kept a garden of night-blooming flowers. He first heard the odd ringing while polishing the gears of the old town hall clock, its steady tick-tock a comforting counterpoint to the strange new music of the chimes. He didn't feel fear, only a deep and abiding curiosity, like a thread he felt compelled to gently pull. The next day, the mystery deepened. The village baker, a cheerful woman with flour perpetually dusted on her apron, found that her famous sunrise buns, which were supposed to be golden and warm, had emerged from the oven a pale, shimmering silver, as if they'd been baked by moonlight. And old Mr. Hemlock, who charted the stars from his rooftop observatory, reported that a single, bright star from the constellation of the Little Weaver had gone missing from the night sky. The village hummed with gentle speculation. The rain, when it fell, was a hushed patter on the cobblestones, and the backwards chimes provided a surreal melody. Rowan decided to investigate. He started by listening. He sat in the central square on a mossy bench, a warm woolen blanket over his knees, and simply absorbed the sounds of the backwards chimes, the cooing of doves, and the distant, regular chime of the clock tower. He noticed the backwards ringing wasn't random. It had a pattern, a slow, deliberate rhythm. That night he visited Mr. Hemlock. The old astronomer's study was a cozy cave of books and star charts, the air smelling of old paper and peppermint tea. "The missing star," Mr. Hemlock murmured, pointing a trembling finger at his chart. "It's the one we call the loom's eye. Without it, the little weaver cannot see her thread." Rowan, who knew the old nursery rhymes by heart, whispered the verse his own grandmother had sung to him. "The little weaver in the sky so deep, with silver thread the stars she'll keep. But if the loom's eye fades from sight, the day unwinds and joins the night." It was a clue. The backwards chimes, the silver buns that tasted of evening, the missing star, it all pointed to a gentle unraveling of time. A red herring soon appeared. The town crier, a man with a magnificent mustache, declared he'd seen the town's resident blacksmith, a giant of a man named Oak, carrying a sack of what looked like stolen moonlight near the river at midnight. The village's curiosity turned towards Oak, but Rowan watched as the big man gently repaired the broken hinge on the bakery door, his movements slow and kind. Rowan felt deep in his bones that this was a misdirection. He followed his empathy instead. He went to the river bank where the water was supposed to flow south. He sat and listened. Beneath the gentle gurgle of the water, he heard a faint musical hum. Kneeling, he saw that the reeds at the river's edge were not green, but a deep, twilight blue, and their tips were threaded with what looked like strands of liquid starlight. The river wasn't flowing backwards, but time around it was bending, flowing in a gentle, sleepy circle. He looked up at the sky, at the gap where the loom's eyes should be. He traced the lines of the little weaver, her outstretched hand, her empty loom. And he saw it. The pattern of the missing star, when connected to the other stars, mirrored the exact pattern of the oldest well in the village, the one covered in ivy and forgotten at the edge of the whispering wood. With a small lantern casting a warm, buttery glow, Rowan made his way to the well. The stones were cold and ancient. Peering over the edge, he didn't see water. He saw a reflection of the night sky, but in his reflection, the loom's eye was shining brightly. And there, nestled in the moss between two stones, was the source of it all. A small tear-shaped piece of obsidian, smooth and cool to the touch, was pulsing with a soft, slow light. It was a fragment of a fallen star, and its innate magic, left alone for too long, was gently warping the flow of time around Stillwater, trying to find its way home. Rowan didn't take the stone. He understood. It wasn't a thing to be possessed, but a being to be helped. He returned to Mr. Hemlock's rooftop, the village quietly gathering below, their faces lit by lanterns. He explained what he had found, his voice calm and steady over the sound of the backwards chimes and the gentle night rain. The star fragment is lonely, Rowan said. It's calling for its family in the sky. So the community came together. The baker brought her silver buns, which now seemed like perfect offerings. The children gathered the blue reeds from the river bank. Oak, the blacksmith, with his strong but careful hands, crafted a delicate silver sling, guided by the pattern of the constellation. That night, as the clock tower struck a soft, regular midnight, the entire village stood in the square. Mr. Hemlock aimed his brass telescope at the empty spot in the little weaver. Oak placed the star fragment into the sling. And with a collective, gentle push of hope from every heart in Stillwater, the sling was launched, not with force, but with a whispered wish. It soared, a tiny speck of light, rising higher and higher, until it slotted perfectly back into the constellation of the little weaver. A collective sigh of contentment washed over the village. And then the wind chimes rang out, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, in their proper, comforting melody once more. The next morning the sunrise buns were a perfect, golden yellow, and the river flowed steadily south. But something had changed. The bonds between the villagers were stronger, woven together by the shared mystery. The sound of the chimes now seemed to carry the memory of their adventure, a lullaby of a time they had worked together to mend a little piece of the universe. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, pattering a soothing rhythm on the roofs, the people of Stillwater felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that even the stars above were sleeping soundly once more. Story 8. In the heart of the world, where time moved to the rhythm of roots and starlight, lay the elderwood, an ancient forest where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence. Here the night was not an absence of day, but a kingdom of its own, ruled by silver beams and whispered magic. The air hummed with the secret language of trees, a soft rustling that only the heart could truly understand, while streams murmured stories carried from distant mountains, and moss-covered stones remembered every footfall that had ever graced them. It was in this realm of twilight wonders that a small, earnest hedgehog named Thistle made his home. Unlike other hedgehogs who slept through the night, Thistle was a creature of moonlit hours, his tiny paws pattering softly over beds of velvet moss, his bright eyes always searching for the forest's hidden marvels. He lived in a cozy burrow tucked between the roots of a great willow, whose trailing leaves shimmered with dewdrops that caught the moon's glow like scattered diamonds. One evening, as Thistle ventured out, he noticed something unusual. The forest's usual symphony seemed muted. The leaves, which normally whispered secrets to one another in a language older than time, had fallen silent. The streams, which usually chuckled and gurgled with mirth, now flowed in hushed, somber tones. Even the stones, which typically radiated a gentle, grounding warmth, felt cool and distant beneath his paws. Worried, Thistle made his way to a familiar clearing, a place where starlight pooled like liquid silver and bioluminescent fungi glowed in soft pulses of blue and green, casting an otherworldly light on the surrounding ferns. It was here that he often met his friend, a venerable great gray owl named Orin, who nested in the hollow of an ancient oak. Orin was known throughout Elderwood not for giving answers, but for helping others find their own. Orin, Thistle called softly, his voice barely disturbing the stillness. The forest feels different, sad somehow. From the shadows of the oak, two luminous golden eyes blinked open. Orin emerged slowly, his feathers the color of smoke and twilight. He settled on a low branch, his presence immediately bringing a sense of calm. "The forest remembers, little one," Orin said, his voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air. "Just as the moon waxes and wanes, so too does the heart of Elderwood. We are entering the time of the great stillness, a season of quiet reflection, when the magic of the world turns inward to dream." Thistle tilted his head. But must it be so silent, so lonely? Orin's eyes softened. "It is not loneliness, but depth, and though the forest slumbers, it does not sleep unguarded. Tell me, Thistle, have you ever listened to the song of the stones, or understood what the streams are trying to say?" Thistle admitted he had not truly. He had heard their sounds, enjoyed their music, but he had never learned to listen in the way Orin meant. "Then perhaps," the owl said gently, "your purpose in this season of stillness is to learn. There is a harmony that exists between all things here, a balance of giving and receiving, of speaking and listening. The trees share their wisdom through the wind in their leaves. The streams carry messages in their currents. The stones hold memories in their cool, smooth surfaces. And all of it is connected by threads of moonlight, visible only to those who know how to see." Determined to understand, Thistle set out on a moonlit quest. His first teacher was the murmuring stream that wound through the heart of Elderwood. He sat at its bank, watching as the water danced over pebbles worn smooth by centuries of flow. At first all he heard was the gentle babble of water over stone, a soothing, rhythmic sound that eased his worries. But as he listened more deeply, closing his eyes and letting the sound wash over him, he began to hear more. The stream was telling a story of snowmelt from high peaks, of rainstorms that had nourished the earth, of thirsty roots it had quenched along its journey. It spoke not in words, but in cadence and tone, a liquid language of resilience and generosity. Thistle dipped his paw into the cool water, and for a moment he felt a connection, a sense of being part of something vast and timeless. Next he approached the oldest tree in the forest, a majestic silver birch known as the Whispering Sentinel. Its bark glowed faintly in the moonlight, and its leaves, though mostly still, occasionally trembled as if sharing secrets with the night breeze. Thistle pressed his small body against the trunk, feeling the slow, steady pulse of life within. At first, there was only silence. But then, as a soft wind stirred the highest branches, a cascade of whispers drifted down, stories of seasons long past, of saplings that had grown into giants, of nests built and fledglings flown. The tree's language was one of patience and growth, of standing firm through storms and sun alike. Thistle understood then that the trees were not silent. They were always speaking, but their voices were carried on the breath of the world, meant for those who would take the time to truly listen. Lastly, he went to the Circle of Stones, a sacred place where 7 large, moss-covered rocks lay in a ring, their surfaces etched with patterns only moonlight could reveal. He lay in the center, his small body curled against the cool, comforting solidity of the largest stone. He expected to feel nothing but stillness, but to his surprise, the stone seemed to hum with a low, resonant energy, a vibration that spoke of ancient times, of starfall and sunrise, of creatures who had rested there before him. The stones did not speak in sounds, but in feelings. a deep, grounding wisdom that reminded Thistle of the forest's enduring strength. They held the memory of every creature who had ever sought solace within their circle, and in their silent language they offered a sense of peace and permanence. As Thistle learned to listen, to truly listen, he began to notice changes. The forest no longer felt sad or silent, but deeply peaceful, like a held breath before a soft sigh. The bioluminescent fungi glowed a little brighter, their light pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The moonbeams, which had seemed thin and distant, now wove through the branches like silver thread, stitching the forest together in a tapestry of light and shadow. One night, as a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a soft percussion on leaves and moss, Thistle returned to the starlit clearing. Orin was waiting, his eyes gleaming with quiet approval. "You have learned to listen," the owl said, "and in doing so, you have helped the forest remember its own voice." Thistle realized then that the great stillness was not an emptiness, but a fullness, a time when the forest turned inward to gather its strength, to dream new growth into being. His journey had not been about fixing anything, but about understanding, about becoming part of the harmony rather than trying to control it. As the rain fell, a gentle melody arose, the patter of drops on leaves, the trickle of water finding its way to streams, the soft sigh of the earth drinking deeply. It was a lullaby composed by the forest itself, a song of renewal and rest. And Thistle, curled beneath the shelter of the great willow, felt a profound sense of belonging. He was not just in the forest, he was of the forest, a note in its eternal song. The moon drifted slowly across the sky, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. The stones hummed their ancient memories, the trees whispered their timeless stories, and the streams carried their liquid dreams onward. And Thistle, the little hedgehog who had learned to listen, slept peacefully, knowing that even in the deepest stillness, the heart of Elderwood beat on, a rhythm of magic, moonlight, and gentle, endless renewal. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange glow painting dancing patterns upon the walls of the quiet room. Shadows swayed like gentle giants, and the scent of burning oak filled the air with a comforting, earthy perfume. It is in this hushed space, as the world outside settles into a deep, velvety slumber, that a story begins to stir. A story not of roaring flames, but of a gentle, persistent glow. Our story begins with a young boy named Leo, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Leo was a quiet child, with a heart that felt things a little too deeply, and a mind that was always wandering down paths no one else could see. He often felt a peculiar loneliness, a sense that he was a single ember separated from a great, comforting fire. His days were spent in simple routines, but his nights were filled with wondering. One evening, as a slow, soft rain pattered against his window pane, Leo was putting away a box of his grandfather's old things. His fingers, dusty and careful, brushed against something smooth and cool nestled beneath a stack of yellowed letters. He drew it out. It was a stone no larger than a robin's egg, and utterly unremarkable in the dim light of his lamp. It was a dull, gray river stone, the kind you might skip across a placid lake without a second thought. Disappointed, he was about to toss it back into the box when a strange impulse made him cup it in his hands. He blew gently on its surface, as if to clear the dust of years. And then something miraculous happened. A soft, warm light began to pulse from within the stone's heart. It was the color of a banked fire's last embers, a deep, gentle orange red that throbbed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. It wasn't a bright light, it was a cozy light, the kind that pushes back just enough darkness to make the shadows feel friendly. Leo gasped, his breath catching in his throat. He held the glowing stone closer, and the light seemed to respond, pulsing a little brighter, a little warmer, as if recognizing his touch. Tucked within the box was a note in his grandfather's spidery handwriting. It read, "For the one who feels the quiet, This is an emberstone. It does not create light, it reveals the light that is already there. Follow its glow, and you will never be lost. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. The quiet the note spoke of, that was his quiet. That was the lonely space inside him. He clutched the emberstone, its gentle warmth seeping into his palm, and made a decision. He would follow its glow. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and the emberstone safely tucked in his pocket, Leo stepped into the Whispering Wood. The forest was a cathedral of green and gold, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy in shimmering shafts. Birdsong wove a tapestry of sound through the air, and the damp, rich smell of moss and decaying leaves rose from the ground. He walked for hours, his path meandering with no particular direction. He would take out the stone occasionally, but in the bright daylight it remained its dull, gray self. As afternoon began to wane and the shadows grew long and lean, a subtle unease crept into Leo's heart. The friendly, sun-dappled paths began to look the same. The cheerful birdsong was replaced by the lonely call of a single dove. He was lost. A cold knot of fear tightened in his stomach. He sank onto the soft, mossy root of a great oak tree, the vastness of the forest suddenly feeling immense and intimidating. He fumbled in his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the emberstone. He pulled it out, holding it in the deepening gloom beneath the oak's great branches. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a faint pulse like a distant echo. Then another. The ember glow returned, soft and reassuring. But it was not a steady light. It pulsed, and with each pulse it seemed to pull, to tug gently in a specific direction, down a path so overgrown with ferns and ivy that he hadn't even noticed it was a path at all. This was the beginning of his true journey. It was not a journey of legs and mountains, but a journey of steps and heartbeats. The emberstone's glow was his only compass, leading him deeper into parts of the wood he had never seen. He pushed through curtains of weeping willow, their leaves brushing his cheeks like gentle fingers. He crossed a small, chuckling stream by stepping on stones that seemed placed there just for him. All the while the stone pulsed in his hand, its warm light a constant, quiet companion in the growing dusk. The forest changed as he walked. The trees grew older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their bark carved with patterns that looked like ancient, forgotten languages. The air grew still and hushed, as if the very woods were holding their breath. Fireflies began to blink in the shadows, their tiny lights echoing the pulse of the stone in his hand. And then he saw it. Tucked between the roots of two colossal, intertwined beeches was an opening. It was not a cave, but an archway woven from living roots and draped with velvet moss. It was a secret door hidden in plain sight, and from within a soft, golden light spilled out, carrying a scent of honey, old paper, and warm soil. The emberstone in his hand flared brightly, its pulse quickening with what felt like recognition, before settling back into its gentle rhythm. This was the place. Leo knelt and with a heart full of wonder and a little trepidation, crawled through the root archway. He found himself in a room, but it was a room grown, not built. The walls were the smooth, interwoven roots of the great trees, curving overhead to form a domed ceiling from which hung globes of softly glowing fungi, giving off the same warm, ember-like light as his stone. The floor was a carpet of the softest, deepest moss, and in the center of the room a small, clear spring bubbled up, its water making a peaceful, glugging music. Books were stacked neatly on root shelves and strange, beautiful objects, a feather that shimmered with oil-slick colors, a perfectly preserved dragonfly with wings of stained glass, a smooth white stone that hummed a low C-sharp, were placed here and there with quiet. And there, sitting on a stool carved from a mushroom stump, was a creature. She was about the size of a hare, with fur the color of dried lavender and large, luminous eyes, the deep brown of rich soil. Long, delicate ears twitched, and she had clever, nimble fingers that were currently mending a tiny waistcoat with a needle made of a thorn. She looked up as Leo entered, and her eyes widened not with fear, but with a deep, curious interest. "Well now," she said, her voice a soft rustle, like wind through dry leaves. "The emberstone has brought a visitor. It has been a long, long time." Leo was too stunned to speak. He simply held out the stone, which was now glowing with a contented, steady light. The creature set down her mending and hopped off her stool, approaching him with a slow, graceful gait. "I am Alara," she said, "a keeper of this glen, and you must be a descendant of the old man with the kind eyes. He was the last to visit. I wondered if his stone would ever find its way back." "I'm Leo," he managed to whisper. This was my grandfather's." Alara nodded, a gentle smile touching her features. "He was a good friend to the quiet places, and you, Leo, you carry a similar quiet within you. I can feel it. The stone would not glow for one who did not." She beckoned him further inside, offering him a seat on a plump, mossy cushion. She poured him a drink from the spring into a cup made of a curled leaf. The water was the sweetest, clearest thing he had ever tasted. And as the glowing fungi brightened against the now fully dark world outside the glen, Leo found himself talking. He spoke of his loneliness, of feeling out of place, of the hollow ache that sometimes settled in his chest. He spoke of things he had never dared to put into words, and Alara listened, her large eyes patient and understanding. "The world outside is very loud, little one," she said when he had finished. "It forgets the music of silence, but silence is not emptiness. It is the space where things grow. Listen." She fell quiet, and in that silence Leo heard it. The gentle gurgle of the spring, the faint, almost imperceptible sigh of the trees breathing outside, the soft hum of the glowing fungi, the rustle of a leaf settling on the moss. It was a symphony of quiet, a beautiful, complex tapestry of sound he had never had the patience to hear before. "You see," Alara said softly. "You were not lost in the woods, Leo. You were lost in the noise. The emberstone did not lead you to me. It led you back to yourself. It reveals the light that is already there, remember. Your grandfather understood that. Your kindness, your capacity to wonder, your gentle heart, that is your inner light. The stone simply helps you see it." As the night deepened, a gentle mystery began to unfold. Alara showed him a large, flat stone by the spring, its surface smooth and dark. "This is the remembering stone," she explained. "It does not show the past, but the echoes of feelings left behind by those who have visited." She placed her small paw upon it, and the stone's surface swirled with soft colors. Leo saw the echo of his grandfather's wonder, a warm, golden feeling of peace and discovery. He saw the joy of other, older visitors, their emotions like faint, beautiful stains upon the stone's memory. "Now you," Alara prompted. Hesitantly, Leo placed his palm upon the cool, smooth surface. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a color began to bloom. It was a soft, hesitant blue, the color of a shy twilight. But as he watched, thinking of his journey, of the fear turning to wonder, of the loneliness being soothed by Alara's quiet friendship, the blue began to change. It swirled with the warm orange of the emberstone, with the vibrant green of the forest, with a bright, clear yellow of newfound understanding. The colors wove together, creating a pattern that was uniquely, beautifully his. It was the story of his transformation, not written in words, but painted in the silent language of the heart. He looked at Alara, his eyes shining. "I understand now," he whispered. She nodded. "The journey is the transformation, Leo. As fire transforms wood into warmth and light, your journey through the quiet has transformed your loneliness into a capacity for deep friendship, with yourself and with the world." He spent the night there in the hidden glen, curled on a bed of fragrant ferns. The emberstone rested on his chest, its glow synchronizing with his slow, steady breaths. He was warm, he was safe, and for the first time in a very long time, the quiet inside him felt like a comfort, not a curse. The next morning, after a breakfast of sweet berries and nut bread, Leo knew it was time to return home. The world outside, with its noises and its routines, was waiting. But he was not the same boy who had entered the woods. Alara walked him to the root archway. "The path home will be clear to you now," she said. "You carry the map inside you, and you may return whenever the noise becomes too much. You will always be welcome in the quiet places." Leo hugged her, her lavender fur soft against his cheek. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He crawled back through the archway and into the morning-lit wood. He turned back for one last look, but the archway was gone, seamlessly woven back into the living tapestry of the forest. It didn't matter. He knew it was there. The walk home was different. He didn't need the emberstone to glow, though he kept it in his pocket, a warm, comforting weight. He noticed things he had missed before, the intricate architecture of a spider's web jeweled with dew, the particular song of a wren, the way the sunlight painted the trunks of the birch trees a brilliant white. The forest was no longer a place where one could get lost. It was a friend full of secret wonders. When he finally stepped out of the tree line and saw the chimney of his cottage smoking in the distance, a profound peace settled over him. He was home. That evening he sat by his own fireside, much like you are now. The flames danced and crackled, and he took the emberstone from his pocket. It was once again a dull, gray river stone. But he knew its secret. He cupped it in his hands not to make it glow, but simply to feel its solid, quiet presence. The light was not in the stone, it was in him. The journey had fanned his own inner ember into a steady, warm flame. He knew there would still be days of noise and confusion, days when the old loneliness might try to whisper to him. But now he knew where to find the quiet. He knew that true friendship could be found in the most unexpected places, and that the greatest mysteries often lead us not to hidden treasure, but back to the truth of our own hearts. And so, as the fire burns low and the room is filled with a deep, comfortable darkness, let this story be a gentle reminder. The light you seek, the warmth you crave, the friendship you long for, it may not be in a distant, magical glen. It might be right here, glowing softly within you, waiting only for a quiet moment to be seen. So close your eyes now and listen to the quiet. Hear your own heartbeat, steady and true. Feel the warmth of your blankets. Smell the familiar scent of your room. You are home. You are safe. You carry your own light. And with that comforting thought, let the gentle tide of sleep carry you away to dreams of soft moss, glowing stones, and quiet, lasting friendship. Sleep well. Story 10. The attic above the old house on Willow Lane was a kingdom of whispers and dust motes, a place where time itself seemed to have settled down for a long nap. It was there, on a rain-softened afternoon, that a quiet child named Leo found himself exploring. The drip, drip, drip from the eaves was a gentle drumbeat, and the scent of aged cedar and dried lavender hung in the air like a forgotten perfume. Leo was staying with his grandfather for the summer, and while the old man napped in his armchair downstairs, Leo sought adventure in the quiet corners of the house. He was a boy who listened more than he spoke, who noticed the way light pooled on the floorboards, and how spiders wove their webs with geometric precision. That day his attention was caught by an old, humpbacked trunk tucked beneath the slanted eaves, half hidden by a paisley shawl that was soft with age. With a soft creak of protest, he lifted the heavy lid. Inside, nestled atop a pile of yellowed linens, was a curious object. It was a lantern, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its body was made of what appeared to be pale, pearlescent sea glass, swirled with veins of silver and gold. The handle was wrought iron, shaped like a twisting vine, and its base was set with a single, milky moonstone. It felt cool and strangely heavy in his hands, humming with a silent energy. He carried it over to the round attic window, where the gray afternoon light fell in a soft pool. As he turned it over, his thumb brushed against the moonstone. Instantly, the lantern bloomed with a soft, internal light. It wasn't a harsh electric glare, but a gentle, golden luminescence that pulsed slowly, like a sleeping heartbeat. Thump glow, it cast shifting patterns on the rafters, like dancing water reflections. Hello there, a voice, dry and raspy as autumn leaves, came from a nearby stack of hatboxes. Leo nearly dropped the lantern. Peering over, he saw a very old, very fluffy ginger cat curled atop the largest box. One of its eyes was clouded with age, but the other was a sharp, intelligent green. "You've woken the glimmer lantern, I see," the cat said, yawning to reveal a pink tongue. His purr was a low, rumbling engine. "Name's Barnaby. I'm the keeper of this particular corner of quiet." You can talk," Leo whispered, his own voice feeling small. "Everything can talk if you listen properly," Barnaby replied, licking a paw with fastidious care. "Most humans just don't know how to listen. You, however, seem to be a better listener than most. That's why the lantern chose to wake for you." "Chose me for what?" Barnaby hopped down with a surprisingly graceful thud. "The lantern doesn't light the way to places, child. It lights the way to truths. It shows you what needs to be seen, what needs to be mended. It measures journeys not in miles, but in courage." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and its light pulsed a little brighter. "It seems there's a journey waiting for you tonight." As dusk settled, painting the sky in shades of violet and charcoal, Leo sat on his bed with the glimmer lantern beside him. Its gentle thump glow was a comforting presence. True to Barnaby's word, as the last sliver of sun vanished, the light within the lantern began to shift. The golden glow condensed, twisting into a single slender beam that shot out, not through the window, but through his closed bedroom door, pointing down the hallway. His heart thumped in time with the lantern. This was the journey. A journey of courage. Holding the lantern before him, its light making a small, warm island in the dark hallway, Leo followed the beam. It led him not outside, but to the top of the basement stairs, a place he usually avoided. The door was always closed, and from behind it came a faint, sorrowful sound, like a tiny, distant bell that was perpetually out of tune. Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, it was a sound that spoke of loneliness. Taking a deep breath, Leo pushed the door open. The beam of light illuminated the steep wooden stairs, descending into the darkness below. The air that wafted up was cool and smelled of earth and old paper. Step by careful step he went down, the lantern's light pushing back the shadows, revealing shelves of preserved jars, old furniture draped in sheets like silent ghosts, and a large, cobweb-festooned furnace. The beam came to rest on a small, forgotten corner behind a stack of dusty crates. There, sitting on an upturned barrel, was a little man no taller than Leo's knee. He had a long, sorrowful face, spectacles perched on the end of his nose, and he was dressed in patched clothes the color of dust. In his hands he held a tiny silver bell, which he shook listlessly, producing the sad ting-a-ling Leo had heard. The beam of the glimmer lantern settled on the little man, and he looked up, blinking in the soft light. "Oh," the little man said, his voice like the rustle of tissue paper. "A visitor it has been, oh, a very long time. I am the bell ringer of lost memories. My name is Pippin." "Why do you ring such a sad bell?" Leo asked, his courage growing as he spoke. Pippin sighed, a sound like a small breeze. "This bell calls to the memories that have been forgotten in this house. Happy memories, sad memories, all of them. But you see, the mechanism of my bell is broken. The clapper is loose. It used to ring with clear, joyful peals that would organize the memories, sending them back to where they belong. Now it only makes this mournful sound, and the memories, they just drift. They are lost and confused." He pointed a tiny, trembling finger. In the glow of the lantern, Leo could now see them. soft, shimmering motes of light, like captive fireflies, floating aimlessly through the basement. One brushed against his cheek, and for a moment he felt a pang of bittersweet joy and saw a fleeting image of his grandfather as a young man, laughing as he pushed a child on a swing. "They need to go home," Leo said softly. "Indeed," Pippin agreed sadly. "But I cannot fix the bell. My fingers are too stiff and my eyes are too old. It requires a patience and a delicacy I seem to have lost." Just then there was a soft thump from the stairs, and Barnaby the cat padded into the circle of light. "Told you it was a journey of courage," he purred. "But courage isn't just about facing the dark. Sometimes it's about having the patience to fix what's broken." He sat, wrapping his tail neatly around his feet, a silent, furry advisor. Leo looked from the sorrowful Pippin to the drifting memories, then down at the gentle, pulsing light of the glimmer lantern. An idea, soft as a dandelion seed, landed in his mind. "Maybe we don't need to fix the bell," Leo said. "Maybe we just need to help the memories find their own way home." Pippin blinked. "But how? They are lost, they follow the sound." Leo held up the glimmer lantern. Its light was the very essence of truth and comfort. What if we give them a better light to follow? He walked slowly to the center of the basement, the lantern held high. He closed his eyes, not thinking of scary things or dark corners, but of all the good things in the house. He thought of the warmth of his grandfather's kitchen, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his gentle snoring from the armchair, the feeling of safety under a thick quilt. He poured all these feelings of comfort and home into his wish for the lantern. As if in answer, the lantern's gentle thump glow began to change. The light swelled brighter and warmer, and from its glass sides, the light began to separate into countless, tiny, golden threads. They were like beams of solidified sunlight, each one reaching out, quivering with gentle intent. One by one, the threads found the drifting memory motes. A golden thread would touch a shimmering light, and the memory would pulse, its confusion clearing. Then, like a minnow following a current, the memory would follow the thread, zipping up the stairs, through the door, and back into the heart of the house. Leo, Pippin, and Barnaby watched in silence, broken only by the soft purr of the cat and the fading ting-ailing of the bell. They saw a memory of a birthday party float up toward the dining room. A memory of a lullaby drifted toward the nursery. A memory of a long-healed argument dissolved into nothingness, its weight lifted. The basement, once a prison of sadness, was being cleansed by this gentle, silent parade of light. It took a long time. Leo's arm grew tired, but he did not lower the lantern. Pippin watched, his sorrowful expression slowly transforming into one of awe and profound relief. Barnaby simply purred his approval, a steady, grounding presence in the midst of the magic. Finally, the last memory, a tiny, bright spark of a first step, zipped up the stairs and away. The basement was still and dark, save for the warm, steady glow of the glimmer lantern. Pippin looked at his bell. He gave it a small shake. Instead of the sad ting-ailing, it made a soft, clear ping, a single perfect note that hung in the air like a dewdrop before fading away. "The bell," Pippin whispered, his eyes wide behind his spectacles. "It's not fixed, but its purpose is fulfilled. The sadness is gone from it." He looked at Leo, his little face filled with a gratitude so deep it had no words. He simply bowed. Barnaby stretched, his back arching. "A journey well completed," he declared. "You used patience and kindness to light the way. You were brave enough to face the sadness and clever enough to find a new path. That is the truest form of courage." Leo, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the lantern, smiled. He led the way back up the stairs, the beam of the lantern now pointing the way to his own bedroom, its work done. Back in his room, he placed the glimmer lantern on his nightstand. Its light had returned to its original, gentle, sleeping heartbeat. Thump glow outside, the rain had stopped, and the world was quiet and still. As Leo drifted to sleep, he knew the lantern's secret wasn't about grand, world-changing magic. It was about the small, quiet magic of listening, of patience, of mending what is broken with a gentle heart. It was about the courage to bring light into a dark corner, not to banish the dark, but to show what was hidden there away back home. And in the attic, Barnaby the cat curled back atop his hatbox, a soft, rumbling purr, the only sound in the peaceful dark, a satisfied guardian of a secret now shared. And from deep within the house, if one listened very, very closely, there was not a single sad bell, but the quiet, contented sigh of a home, its memories all safely tucked in for the night. Story 11. The village of Oakhaven nestled in a gentle valley where the river sang soft lullabies over smooth stones, and the wind chimes hanging from every cottage eave played melodies only the breeze could remember. Here time moved like honey from a spoon, slow, golden, and sweet. But one autumn evening, as the last rays of sun slipped behind the whispering woods, something peculiar began to unfold. It started with the stars. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of moss after rain, noticed it first. He often sat on his favorite moss-covered stump at the edge of the village, sketching constellations in his worn leather journal. That night, as the sky deepened from lavender to indigo, he watched in disbelief as one star after another winked out, not like clouds passing over, but as if being gently plucked from the heavens. Not all of them, just the ones that formed the Starlight Shepherd, the constellation that, according to village lore, watched over lost things and lonely dreamers. By morning, the whole village was murmuring. Old maps were unfurled in the town square. The baker, who always added an extra sprinkle of cinnamon to his morning buns for the children, noticed his pastries had baked in reverse, starting as golden brown delights and turning back into soft dough if left uneaten. The village clock tower, which had chimed every hour without fail for 200 years, now rang 13 times at midnight and once at noon. Finn, with his journal under his arm, decided to investigate. He wasn't the strongest or the loudest, but he noticed things, the way ants carried crumbs in straight lines, how the morning dew settled more heavily on blue flowers than red, and that the village cats always napped facing east. He began by visiting the oldest resident, Alara, who lived in a cottage shaped like a teapot, its chimney puffing gentle curls of sage-scented smoke. "The stars haven't been taken," she said, her voice like rustling parchment. "They've hidden themselves, and when stars hide, time forgets which way to flow." She hummed a fragment of a nursery rhyme every child in Oakhaven knew. "When the shepherd hides his sheep, time will wake from crystal sleep. Find the key in silver light. Guard the dream through deepest night." Finn scribbled the rhyme in his journal. He knew the Starlight Shepherd wasn't just a cluster of stars, it was a guardian. But what had frightened it into hiding? His first clue came from the wind chimes. As he walked through the village, he realized they were no longer random melodies. If he stood very still near the old oak in the square, they played a series of clear, bell-like notes in a repeating pattern. He notated the tune, and later, comparing it to his constellation charts, he saw it matched the shape of the missing stars. But why were the chimes singing the constellation? He followed the sound past the baker's, where the scent of reversing pastries made him oddly hungry and full at the same time, toward the whispering woods. At the forest's edge, he found a patch of moonflowers that should have been ivory white, but now swirled with shades of midnight blue and silver. They glowed softly, pulsing in time with the distant chimes. A red herring emerged when Finn discovered a trail of sparkling dust leading away from the flowers. It shimmered like crushed pearls, and his heart leaped, star dust. He followed it eagerly, imagining he'd find the missing stars huddled in a clearing. Instead, the dust led him to a badger's set, where a young badger was using the glittering powder to decorate its front porch. The badger, whose name was Barnaby, explained he'd found the dust near the moonflowers. "It's ever so pretty," he said, offering Finn a cup of chamomile tea. "But it makes my paws tickle." Though it wasn't the answer, Finn spent a lovely hour listening to Barnaby's stories and promised to return with a pot of honey. The detour felt important, a reminder that sometimes the journey matters more than the destination. Back in the village, Finn studied his journal. The backwards time, the hidden stars, the singing chimes, the color-changing flowers, they were all connected. He remembered an old tale about the Starlight shepherd retreating when the balance between dreams and reality grew fragile. Something must be troubling the village's collective dreams. That night he sat again on his stump, watching the incomplete sky. A soft rain began to fall, each drop hitting the leaves with a sound like tiny bells. And then he saw it, a flicker of light near the clock tower. Not a star, but a will-o'-the-wisp, a gentle spirit of forgotten memories. It danced around the tower, and as it moved, the clock's hands shivered. Finn approached slowly, not with fear, but with curiosity. The will-o'-the-wisp was weeping silvery tears. "I've lost my story," it whispered. "The village has forgotten the old tales, the ones that bind us to the stars. Without stories, the shepherd thinks we don't need guarding anymore." Here was the heart of the mystery. The village had been so busy enjoying its peaceful days that the elders had stopped telling the old tales to the young ones. The nursery rhymes were half remembered, the maps were stored away, and the stories that connected Oakhaven to the magic around it were fading. Finn knew what to do. He didn't try to capture the will-o'-the-wisp or force the stars back. Instead, he sat down and told it a story, one from his journal about the first Starlight shepherd and how it guided a lost child home by weaving a bridge of dreams. As he spoke, the will-o'-the-wisp brightened, and a single star reappeared in the sky. The next day, Finn gathered the villagers in the square. He didn't accuse or demand, he simply opened his journal and began to read. The old rhymes, the stories behind the constellations, the meanings of the wind chime melodies. One by one, the elders added their own fragments, and the children listened, wide-eyed. The baker remembered his grandmother's tale about the cinnamon buns and how they held the warmth of shared meals. The clockmaker recalled that the tower was built not just to tell time, but to remind people to cherish each moment. Together they rebuilt the stories, weaving them into a tapestry of shared memory. That evening, as the community sat under the twilight sky, singing the old songs, the stars of the Starlight shepherd returned, brighter than ever. Time settled back into its gentle rhythm, the pastries stayed perfectly baked, and the clock chimed 7 just as it should. The will-o'-the-wisp, now glowing with contentment, swirled around the villagers, touching each with a spark of starlight. "Remember," it chimed, "stories are the threads that connect us to the magic." From that night on, Oakhaven held a weekly storytelling hour under the stars. The wind chimes played the constellations, the moonflowers shimmered with captured starlight, and the gentle rain often fell in time with the laughter of children learning the old ways. And Finn, still sitting on his mossy stump, smiled as he added the final entry to his journal. Sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by searching for what is lost, but by remembering what we've always had. As the fire crackles and the wind whispers through the pines, may you too remember that you are part of a story much larger than yourself, one woven with kindness, curiosity, and the gentle light of stars that never truly leave us. Sleep well, dear dreamer, and may your dreams be filled with wonder. Story 12. In a quiet corner of the world, where twilight lingered a little longer and dawn arrived more gently, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose hands trembled when they tried to create anything at all. Rowan lived in a small cottage with windows that faced east, catching the first light each morning, and though the world outside was vibrant and alive, inside Rowan's heart there was a persistent, quiet ache, a sense of being unfinished, like a story missing its middle chapters. Rowan's world was painted in muted tones. The walls of the cottage were the color of dust, the floors the shade of unpolished stone, and even the garden outside seemed to reflect Rowan's uncertainty, growing only in shades of soft gray and pale green. When Rowan walked through the village, flowers seemed to bow their heads slightly, and the brook that ran beside the lane murmured in a lower, more thoughtful key. One afternoon, as Rowan sat tracing patterns in the dust on the windowsill, a small, pearlescent seed drifted in through the open window. It was no larger than a teardrop, and it glowed with a soft, milky light. As it landed in Rowan's palm, a whisper seemed to accompany it, a voice like rustling leaves or distant wind chimes. "Plant me where your doubts sleep," the voice seemed to say, "and tend me with your breath." Rowan, though uncertain, felt a flicker of curiosity. In the center of the garden, where the soil was richest and the light fell in dappled patterns, Rowan dug a small hole and placed the seed inside. After covering it gently, Rowan leaned close and breathed upon the earth, a soft, steady rhythm like the tide coming in. For days, nothing happened. Rowan visited the spot each morning and evening, breathing upon the soil and watching. Then one dew-kissed dawn a shoot emerged, a tender, silver stem no taller than a blade of grass. And as Rowan watched, a single leaf unfurled, the color of moonlight. That evening when Rowan returned, the leaf had changed to the soft blue of twilight, and a second had appeared, this one the gentle green of new ferns. The following morning, an old woman stood at the garden gate. Her hair was the color of frost on autumn grass, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of still water. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who followed the growth of rare and magical things. "Your garden is beginning to remember its colors," she said, her voice like the chime of a distant bell. "And so, perhaps, are you." Rowan showed Alara the silver plant, now standing several inches high, its leaves shifting hue with the passing hours. Alara smiled. "This is a heart's blossom," she explained. "It does not grow with water and sun alone, but with understanding. Each leaf is a reflection of something you are learning to feel." That day, Alara did not offer grand advice or complex spells. Instead, she sat with Rowan on a worn wooden bench and spoke of small things, the way a caterpillar knows, deep in its being, when it is time to weave its cocoon, how a seed can wait years in the dark before it hears the call to rise. She spoke of her own garden far away, where flowers bloomed in colors unseen anywhere else, each one born from a moment of courage or kindness. "Change," she said softly, "is not a storm to be weathered, but a breath to be taken, in and out, slow and sure." After Alara left, Rowan noticed something new. A faint, shimmering thread had begun to weave itself from the heart's blossom stem, a thread like captured starlight. It drifted on the breeze, wrapping gently around Rowan's wrist. It did not bind or restrain, but seemed to hum with a quiet, reassuring energy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan continued to visit the garden, to breathe upon the soil, and to watch the plant grow. With each small victory, a drawing completed without erasing, a kind word spoken to a neighbor, a moment of stillness without self-doubt, the heart's blossom responded. New leaves appeared, each one a different, soft color, the pink of early dawn, the gold of honey, the violet of deep twilight. One evening, as Rowan sat watching the sunset paint the sky in washes of orange and rose, a memory surfaced, a long-forgotten moment from childhood, when Rowan had woven a crown of clover and daisies and felt, for one perfect hour, entirely content. As the memory bloomed in Rowan's mind, the heart's blossom shivered, and from its center emerged a bud, wrapped in silvery green sepals. Alara returned the next morning, as though summoned by the garden's new energy. She examined the bud with a knowing smile. "It is almost time," she said. "But a bud cannot open until the plant is ready, and neither can a heart." She gestured to the shimmering thread, which had now woven a delicate, glowing web around Rowan's hands. "You have been building your cocoon," she explained. "Not to hide away, but to hold yourself together as you change." That night a gentle rain fell, washing the garden in a fresh, clean scent. Rowan sat by the window, watching the heart's blossom gleam in the wet darkness. The bud had grown larger, and it pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. Rowan's own heart felt full, not with anxiety but with a quiet, swelling hope. In the morning, the garden was transformed. Overnight, flowers had erupted in every bed, not in the muted tones of before, but in vibrant, joyous colors. Sapphire bluebells nodded beside crimson poppies, golden marigolds winked up at butter-yellow primroses. And in the center of it all, the heart's blossom had opened. The flower was like nothing Rowan had ever seen. Its petals were the color of liquid silver, but as the light touched them, they shimmered through every color of the rainbow. At its center glowed a soft, golden light, and from it drifted a scent like rain on dry earth, fresh, promising, and deeply comforting. As Rowan stepped into the garden, the shimmering threads that had woven around hands and wrists loosened, dissolving into the air like morning mist. And Rowan realized that the trembling was gone. Where there had been uncertainty, there was now a steady, gentle strength. Alara appeared once more, her presence as natural as the sunrise. She did not speak of endings or conclusions, but simply stood beside Rowan, breathing in the fragrant air. "Look," she said softly, pointing to the heart's blossom. As they watched, the flower began to shed tiny, glowing seeds, each one a miniature star drifting on the breeze. They settled throughout the garden, in the cracks between stones, along the edges of the path, and in the hollow of an old oak tree. "Every ending is a beginning in disguise," Alara said. "You have learned to tend your own garden, not by forcing growth, but by allowing it. Now, the seeds you have nurtured will travel, and they will help others remember their own colors." Rowan understood then that the transformation was not over. It had only just begun. The garden would change with the seasons, the heart's blossom would eventually fade and return, and Rowan would continue to grow, not in sudden, dramatic leaps, but in the slow, sure rhythm of breath and being. That evening, as the last embers of sunlight faded from the sky, Rowan sat on the wooden bench, surrounded by the gentle hum of crickets and the scent of night-blooming flowers. The cottage no longer felt like a place of waiting, but a home, a cocoon that had served its purpose and now stood open to the world. And as the first stars appeared overhead, Rowan knew, deep in that quiet place where truths settle, that this was not the end of the story. It was the turning of a page, the opening of a new chapter, a beginning, gentle and patient, like a seed stirring in the dark, ready at last to meet the light. Story 13. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where the cobblestones remembered every footstep, where the thatched roofs wore crowns of moss, and where the air always carried the faint scent of lavender and freshly baked bread. Every evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the ancient clock tower in the village square would chime 7 times, its bronze bell echoing like a soft heartbeat through the lanes. Wind chimes hanging from every eave would stir in the twilight breeze, their delicate notes weaving through the sound of rustling leaves and the distant murmur of the silver-thread river. For as long as anyone could remember, the nights in Starlight Hollow had been studded with stars so bright and close that children often tried to catch them in their palms, believing they might be fireflies. But lately, something peculiar had begun to unfold. Each morning, the villagers would wake to find a few more stars missing from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the constellations. At first, they thought it was just the haze of passing clouds, but as days turned into a week, the darkness spread. The Little Bear constellation lost its tail, the weaver's loom missed 3 of its brightest threads, and the silver swan seemed to be swimming through an empty pond. Among the concerned villagers was a young woman named Alara, though everyone simply called her Alara the baker, for her cinnamon swirl buns were said to hold a sprinkle of morning sunshine. Alara noticed the vanishing stars not with alarm, but with a deep curiosity. She spent her evenings sitting on the wooden bench outside her bakery, a warm woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders, watching the sky with thoughtful eyes. She didn't believe anything truly frightening was afoot. The missing stars felt more like a misplaced treasure than a looming danger. One evening, as the clock tower chimed and the wind chimes sang their twilight song, Alara decided to seek answers. She packed a basket with a few still warm apple tarts, a flask of spiced tea, and her grandmother's old star chart, drawn on yellowed parchment. Her first visit was to the oldest resident of Starlight Hollow, a gentle woodcarver named Mr. Thistlewood, whose hands were as gnarled and wise as the oak trees he loved. "The stars have always been our guides," Mr. Thistlewood mused, stroking his long silver beard. He sat by a crackling fire in his cozy workshop, the scent of pine and beeswax filling the air. "But I recall a rhyme my own grandmother used to sing. When stars take flight from evening's gown, seek the map that's upside down. Follow the path where time flows back to find what the heavens lack." Alara wrote the rhyme down in her little notebook, her mind buzzing with possibilities. An upside-down map. Time flowing backward. It sounded like a riddle wrapped in a mystery. Thanking Mr. Thistlewood with a tart and a promise to return, she stepped back into the night, where a soft rain had begun to fall, pattering gently on the leaves and rooftops. Her next clue came from the village librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Miss Willow, who spent her days among towering shelves of books that smelled of old paper and dreams. Miss Willow remembered an ancient tale about a celestial map hidden long ago by the village founders, a map that mirrored the night sky and was said to be drawn in reverse. "They called it the mirror map," she explained, her voice as soft as turning pages. "It was last seen in the care of the Stargazers Society, but that group disbanded generations ago." Alara spent the next 2 days searching through the library's archives, her fingers tracing over faded ink and fragile bindings. She found mentions of the Stargazers Society and their meetings held at the old observatory on Sunflower Hill, but no trace of the mirror map itself. Just as she began to feel stuck, a red herring, or so it seemed, appeared. Young Finn, the miller's son, came running into the village square one afternoon, breathless with excitement. "I saw them," he exclaimed. "Behind the old clock tower, flowers that change color right before your eyes, from blue to gold to silver." The villagers gathered around, intrigued. Could these magical flowers be connected to the missing stars? Alara joined the small crowd that followed Finn to a hidden corner behind the clock tower, where a cluster of luminescent blossoms indeed shimmered and shifted hues in the sunlight. But as enchanting as the flowers were, Alara sensed they were a distraction. While everyone admired the blooms, she noticed something else, a series of nearly invisible symbols carved into the clock tower's foundation, worn smooth by time and weather. They matched the constellations on her grandmother's star chart. With careful observation, she realized that one symbol, representing the missing tail of the little bear, was slightly misaligned, as if it had been moved. Using a small brush and a bit of water, Alara gently cleaned the carving and discovered it was not a fixed stone, but a cleverly disguised lever. When she pressed it, a hidden compartment slid open, revealing a tightly rolled parchment, the mirror map. It was indeed drawn upside down, with constellations reversed and landmarks mirrored. But the map alone wasn't enough. The rhyme mentioned time flowing backward, and Alara felt there was more to uncover. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 7, Alara spread the mirror map on her bakery's wooden table, the scent of yeast and honey lingering in the air. She compared it to her grandmother's star chart and noticed something peculiar. On the mirror map, the positions of the stars corresponded not to their current places in the sky, but to where they would have been a century ago. It was as if the map held a memory of the past. Guided by the map and the rhyme, Alara ventured into the whispering woods, following a path marked by stones carved with constellations. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures, the gentle drip of rain from leaf to fern. She walked until she reached a clearing she had never seen before, where a small, crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the earth. Around it grew the same color-changing flowers Finn had discovered, their petals now glowing with a soft, star-like light. But the most remarkable thing was the spring itself. As Alara knelt beside it, she saw that its waters swirled counterclockwise, and when she dipped her hand in, she felt a strange, tingling sensation, as if time itself was flowing backward around her. Peering into the water's depths, she saw not her reflection, but shimmering points of light, the missing stars drifting like submerged fireflies. Alara understood then. The stars weren't gone, they were trapped in this backward-flowing spring, their light held captive by some forgotten magic. But why? She sat by the spring for a long time, listening to the forest's whispers, until she remembered a story her grandmother had told her, a tale about a time when the village was young, and the stars had grown so bright they threatened to outshine the moon. The first stargazers, fearing the imbalance, had woven a spell to temporarily dim the stars, using the spring's reverse time to preserve their light until the sky could heal. Over the generations, the spell had been forgotten, and now, triggered by some unknown change, it had activated again, pulling the stars into the spring. But the spell was never meant to be permanent. It required the community's shared warmth and light to be broken. Alara knew what she had to do. She returned to Starlight Hollow and shared her discovery with the villagers. Instead of fear, they felt a collective wonder. Together, they decided to hold a lantern festival the following evening, each person carrying a handmade lantern to the spring, representing their shared light and friendship. Children crafted paper stars, elders lit candles in glass jars, and everyone brought songs and stories. As the clock tower chimed 7 and the wind chimes played their gentle melody, the villagers walked in a quiet procession into the woods, their lanterns casting a golden glow on the path. They gathered around the backward-flowing spring, their faces illuminated by hundreds of tiny flames. Then as one they sang an old village lullaby, their voices rising in harmony with the night sounds. As they sang, the spring's waters began to swirl faster, then slowly reverse direction. One by one, the captured stars rose from the depths, floating up into the sky like luminous seeds returning home. The empty patches in the constellations filled once more, the stars shining even brighter than before, reflected in the awed eyes of the villagers. The mystery was solved, but the real magic was what it left behind, a deeper bond among the people of Starlight Hollow. They decided to make the Lantern Festival an annual tradition, a reminder that even the darkest nights could be brightened by friendship and shared purpose. Mr. Thistlewood carved a beautiful new wind chime for the village square, its tones tuned to the song they had sung by the spring. Miss Willow started a new Stargazers Society, where children could learn the old rhymes and maps. And Alara returned to her bakery, where the scent of cinnamon and warmth continued to comfort all who entered. That night, as the villagers drifted to sleep to the sound of gentle rain and chiming bells, the sky above Starlight Hollow was once again a tapestry of sparkling light. And if you listened closely, you might just hear the stars themselves whispering their thanks, their soft glow weaving dreams of kindness, curiosity, and community for all who slept below. Story 14. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was a gentle world cloaked in perpetual twilight, where phosphorescent mosses carpeted the ground and the very air hummed with a soft, melodic resonance. It was here, by chance or perhaps by some deeper design of the universe, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Chroma. His name was Kalen, and his people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues and patterns that danced across their smooth, gelatinous skin. A ripple of cerulean blue might signify curiosity, while a gentle pulse of amber could mean comfort. He had come to Lumen in a vessel that was less a ship and more a living seed pod, guided by the gentle magnetic songs of the stars. He was a cartographer of colors, mapping the emotional landscapes of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the silicate world of resin. Her name was Lyra, and her form was crystalline, multifaceted, and delicate. Her people spoke through harmonic vibrations, a language of pure sound that resonated from their core. A low humming chord could express sorrow, while a sparkling, high-pitched chime was her species' equivalent of laughter. Her craft was a thing of woven light and captured solar winds, and she was a collector of stellar songs, gathering the faint, ancient melodies sung by dying suns. Their first meeting was one of profound and comical confusion. Kalen, upon seeing the glittering form of Lyra step from her ship, had flushed a brilliant, startled magenta. He had never seen a being of such rigid, angular beauty. He pulsed a friendly, inquiring green, the color of a new leaf. Lyra, in turn, had been fascinated by the flowing, colorful creature before her. She resonated a chord of greeting, a C major triad that she thought was universally welcoming. To Kalen, the sound was a jarring, physical sensation, like a sudden gust of wind. He instinctively recoiled, his skin blotching with uncertain gray and orange spots. To Lyra, his colorful retreat was a baffling display. On her world, to suddenly change color was to lie or deceive. She chimed a questioning minor key, which to Kalen sounded like a sad, rainy drizzle. He thought he had upset her and flushed a deep, apologetic violet. They spent their first few cycles, for there was no true day or night on Lumen, in a clumsy, earnest dance of misinterpretation. Kalen would offer a glowing, ripe fruit from a local vine, his skin shining with a hopeful yellow. Lyra, having no mouth, would simply touch it with a crystalline finger, absorbing its nutrients through light osmosis, and chime a grateful, but to Kalen, incomprehensible melody. He would then misinterpret her chiming as a request for more, and soon she was surrounded by a small mountain of fruit, while he grew weary from the harvesting. It was during a quiet moment, as they both sat watching a binary star system set behind a jagged range of amethyst mountains, that a breakthrough occurred. The sky bled with colors of fiery orange and deep, cosmic purple. Overwhelmed by the beauty, Kalen's skin unconsciously began to mirror the sunset, flowing through the spectrum in a silent, awestruck symphony. Lyra watched, mesmerized. She didn't see it as a lie or a confusing signal. She saw it as art, as feeling. Slowly, tentatively, she began to hum. It was not a word or a specific message, but a pure emotional response. A low, warm drone that harmonized with the deep purples, and a shimmering, high-frequency vibration that danced with the fiery oranges. She was painting with sound what he was painting with light. Kalen stilled. He turned his large, dark eyes towards her. He understood. This was not a language to be decoded, but a heart to be felt. He pulsed a soft, pink glow of gratitude, and she answered with a gentle, humming chord of connection. From that moment, their friendship began to blossom. They decided they needed a place, a sanctuary, where their two ways of perceiving the universe could merge. They found a cavern near a gentle, bioluminescent river. The cave was lined with a unique, sonic-reactive crystal that Lyra called Echo Stone. When she sang, the crystals would absorb her harmonies and release them as soft, pulsing light. Together, they set to work. Kalen cultivated the glowing mosses and strange, musical fungi of Lumen, arranging them in patterns that pleased his chromatic senses. He would create a patch of deep indigo moss, and Lyra would hum a specific note, causing the echo stones above to glow with a complementary violet light, illuminating his garden in a way he could never have achieved alone. They were building a shared shelter, a garden of light and sound, where every color had its song and every song had its color. Their sanctuary became a place of laughter and learning, born from their differences. Once Kaelin, trying to be helpful, saw Lyra looking at a particularly complex cluster of crystals. Thinking she was studying its structure, he focused and projected a detailed, microscopic pattern of the crystal's lattice across his skin, a feat of incredible concentration for his people. Lyra took one look at the dizzying, rapid-fire pattern of geometric lines, and chimed so loudly with startled confusion that the echo stones in the ceiling flared like a supernova, temporarily blinding them both. When their senses returned, Kaelin's skin was flushed with the deep, rosy pink of embarrassment, but Lyra was emitting a series of clear, bell-like chimes, her laughter. The sound was so pure and joyful that Kaelin soon found himself rippling with his own version of mirth, his form jiggling like a happy, colorful jelly. They had learned that a map of a crystal was not the same as the song it could sing. Their most cherished times were the quiet ones. They would sit at the mouth of their crystalline cave, side by side, watching the cosmic ballet unfold. They saw nebulae birth new stars in great clouds of pink and gold, and Kaelin's skin would glow with soft, pastel wonder, while Lyra hummed a lullaby of creation. They witnessed the slow, graceful dance of ancient gas giants, and Lyra would compose a deep, resonant symphony for them, which the echo stones would translate into a slow, swirling aurora on the cave walls behind them. They had no need for a common vocabulary. They had found a common heart. Kindness, it turned out, was not a color or a sound. It was the intention behind the color. It was the empathy within the sound. It was the patience to wait when the other was confused. It was the joy of sharing a beautiful sight, a beautiful sound, a beautiful feeling. One cycle, a great solar storm swept through their sector of space. It was a silent, terrifyingly beautiful storm of radiation and energy, but it scrambled Lyra's delicate resonant frequencies and made Kaelin's color speak flicker and fade into static. For the first time since their understanding, they were truly cut off from one another. The world outside their cave was a blinding, chaotic swirl of violent light and deafening silent fury. Inside the cave, Lyra was frightened. Her world was built on harmony, and this was pure dissonance. Kaelin, too, was scared. His world was built on clarity of color, and this was a blinding white noise. But then, Kaelin did something simple. He slowly, deliberately moved closer to Lyra. He could not project a calming color, so he simply rested his warm, gelatinous form against her cool, crystalline one. He was a steady, physical presence. Feeling his calm solidity, Lyra stopped her frantic, silent chiming. She could not sing a song of reassurance, so she focused all her energy into producing a single, steady, low-frequency hum, a vibration so deep and fundamental it was felt more in the soul than heard with the ears. It was the hum of a home world's core, the sound of stability. Together in their cave of light and song, they waited out the storm. He was her anchor in a sea of blinding light. She was his harmony in a world of deafening silence. They needed no technology, no translators. They had the universal language of presence, of shared comfort, of kindness that bridges any gap in the universe. When the storm passed, the stars seemed to shine a little brighter, a little closer. They returned to their spot at the cave's entrance. Kaelin's skin glowed with a soft, gold and silver pattern, the colors of relief and deep affection. Lyra answered with a new melody, one she had been composing in her heart during the storm. It was a song of two different notes from two different worlds, finding a harmony so perfect it created a third, more beautiful sound altogether. They sat there for a long time, the cartographer of colors and the collector of songs, two friends wrapped in the quiet understanding that the greatest discoveries are not of new stars or new galaxies, but of the simple, profound truth that in the vast, cold expanse of the cosmos, a shared shelter, a shared silence, and a shared kindness are the warmest things in all of creation. And in their crystalline cave on the moon of Lumen, that warmth glowed and hummed, a tiny, brave beacon in the endless, star-dusted night. Story 15. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the walls like a troop of gentle, golden sprites. On the mantelpiece, a single smooth river stone, which had been warming there all evening, pulsed with a faint, inner light, as if holding the memory of the sun. It is in this quiet, warm space that our story begins, not with a bang, but with a whisper of wind through the pines and the soft, lonely footsteps of a young boy named Rowan. Rowan lived with his grandfather in a cottage at the edge of a vast, ancient wood. His world was one of comfortable routines, the scent of baking bread in the mornings, the feel of rough woolen blankets, and the sound of his grandfather's voice telling tales of stars and seasons. But within Rowan's chest beat a heart that felt too big for the cottage, a heart that ached for something he could not name. He felt like a smoldering ember, waiting for a breath of wind to help him glow. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange into the horizon, Rowan was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he saw it. Nestled between the gnarled roots of a great grandfather oak was a light. It was not the sharp, yellow light of the sun, nor the cool, silver light of the moon. It was a deep, warm, pulsing glow, the color of a dying ember in a hearth. Curiosity, a flicker that quickly grew into a flame, urged him forward. Crouching down, he saw it was a seed. It was no larger than his thumb, and its shell was a mosaic of deep browns and blacks, like charred wood. But from within its core, that gentle, russet light pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm. Thump glow. Thump glow. It felt alive. With a tenderness he didn't know he possessed, Rowan cupped the seed in his hands. It was warm like a just-baked bun, and a profound sense of calm washed over him. The restless feeling in his chest quieted, if only for a moment. He ran back to the cottage, the seed held securely in his palm. "Grandfather, look," he exclaimed, bursting through the door. His grandfather, a man with eyes the color of the sky after a storm and hands mapped with the lines of a long life, looked up from his whittling. He peered at the glowing seed in Rowan's hand, his expression thoughtful. "Ah," he said, his voice a low rumble. "A heartseed, I have not seen one in many a year. They are rare things, Rowan. They do not grow just anywhere. They only take root where they are truly needed." "What does it need?" Rowan asked, his eyes wide. "It needs a home," his grandfather replied. "A place of warmth and constancy. It needs a heart that is ready to learn its secret." That night, Rowan placed the heartseed on the windowsill next to his bed, where it cast a soft, pulsing light upon the floorboards. He fell asleep watching its gentle rhythm, and for the first time in a long while his dreams were not of distant, unknown lands, but of deep, quiet roots and a comforting warmth. The next morning he set about finding the seed a home. He tried planting it in their small vegetable patch, but the light within the seed dimmed. He tried a sunny spot on the hill, but the glow flickered uncertainly. He tried the damp earth by the stream, and the light nearly went out altogether. With each failed attempt, the restless feeling in his own chest returned, stronger than before. The seed was a mirror to his own unsettled spirit. Days turned into a week. Rowan carried the seed with him everywhere, a small, warm weight in his pocket. He would take it out and talk to it, telling it about his day, his hopes, his quiet loneliness. The seed's light would brighten as he spoke, pulsing in time with his words. An unexpected friendship was budding, not with words, but with light and warmth. One evening, as a soft, misty rain began to fall, Rowan sat on the hearthrug, feeling particularly disheartened. The fire popped and sizzled, and he held the seed out, comparing its steady, ember-like glow to the lively flames. "I don't know where you belong," he whispered to it. His grandfather sat down beside him. "You are looking for a place outside of yourself, Rowan," he said gently. "But some of the most important journeys are the ones we take within. Perhaps the home it seeks is not in the soil of the earth, but in the soil of a caring heart." The words settled over Rowan like a warm blanket. He looked from the fire to the seed, and then down at his own chest. The restless ache was there, a cold space he had never known how to fill. An idea, fragile as a soap bubble, formed in his mind. What if the seed wasn't meant to be planted in the ground at all? What if it was meant to be planted in him? It sounded like madness. But the seed's light pulsed in his hand, as if in agreement. That night, as he lay in bed, he held the seed over his heart. He closed his eyes and thought not of grand adventures, but of small, true things. The sound of his grandfather's laughter, the taste of wild strawberries, the smell of rain on dry earth. He focused on the warmth of the seed, and imagined that warmth sinking into his chest, taking root in the empty, cold space there. He fell asleep with the seed held tightly in his hand. He awoke not to the chirping of sparrows, but to a profound silence. His room was gone. The cottage was gone. He was lying on a soft bed of moss in a forest, but a forest like none he had ever seen. The trees were immense, their trunks the color of twilight, and their leaves shimmered with a soft, internal light, casting the entire world in a perpetual, gentle dusk. The air was warm and smelled of damp earth, honey, and old, sweet wood. Tiny, glowing motes, like floating embers, drifted lazily on the still air. He was inside the glimmerwood. The seed had brought him here. As he stood, marveling at the bioluminescent fungi and the whispering leaves, a small, fluttering light zipped towards him. It resolved into a creature no larger than his hand, with delicate, moth-like wings that shed particles of soft gold light. It had large, dark eyes that held the wisdom of ancient things. "You are the keeper," the creature said, its voice a melodic chime. "The one with the heart seed, I am Flicker." "I'm Rowan," he said, his own voice a whisper in the vast, quiet wood. "Where am I?" "You are in the heart of the matter," Flicker chimed. "This wood reflects the state of your own spirit. It has been fading. The light has been dimming for some time." Rowan looked around. Now that Flicker mentioned it, he could see that in places, the light of the leaves was sickly and pale. Some of the great trees seemed brittle, and the comforting warmth of the air had pockets of chill. The restless feeling he had carried for so long was the glimmerwood itself, calling out for help. "The heartseed is a spark of potential," Flicker explained, hovering before his face. "It chose you because it sensed a coldness it could warm, an emptiness it could fill. But to restore the balance, you must journey to the hearth tree at the center of the wood. Only there can the seed be fully awakened." And so Rowan's journey began. With Flicker as his guide, he ventured deeper into the enchanted forest. The path was not a straight line, but a meandering trail that seemed to respond to his thoughts and feelings. When he felt doubt, thorny brambles would block the way. When he felt a moment of courage, a bridge of intertwined, glowing roots would appear over a sparkling stream. The journey was one of gentle transformations. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wood, to understand that the sighing of the wind was a language, and the patterns of the glowing moss were a map. He discovered that his own warmth, his kindness, affected the world around him. When he stopped to carefully untangle a glowing tendril from a thorn bush, the plant would pulse with a brighter light, and the thorns nearby would recede. When he shared his thoughts and fears with Flicker, the little creature's light would grow steadier, and the path ahead would become clearer. He was not battling monsters or solving grand riddles. He was learning patience. He was learning to observe. He was learning that strength was not always about pushing forward, but sometimes about sitting still and listening. He was being transformed as surely as fire transforms wood, from a restless boy into a thoughtful, attentive guardian. One day they came to a clearing where a beautiful, crystalline spring bubbled up from the earth. But the spring was silent, and its water was dark and still. No light came from it. A sense of deep sorrow hung in the air. "This is the spring of memories," Flicker chimed sadly. "Its waters should sing with the light of happy moments, but it has fallen silent." Rowan knelt by the spring. He saw his reflection in the dark water, a boy who looked older, wiser. He thought about what had caused the emptiness in his own heart. It was the memory of his parents, who had been lost to a winter sickness years ago. He had tried not to think of them because it hurt too much. He had built a wall around that part of his heart, and in doing so had let a coldness grow. Tentatively, he reached out and touched the dark water. Instead of focusing on the pain of their loss, he let himself remember the good things. His mother's voice, singing him to sleep. His father lifting him onto his shoulders to pick apples. The warmth of their hugs. As each memory surfaced, bright and clear, a tear fell from his eye into the spring. Where his tear hit the water, a point of soft, golden light blossomed. Then another and another. The memories, warm and loving, began to fill the spring. The water began to glow from within, and a moment later, a gentle, tinkling melody rose from it, the sound of 1,000 tiny, happy bells. The sorrow lifted, and the clearing was filled with light and music. The cold space in his chest didn't feel so cold anymore. It felt remembered, and in being remembered, it was warmed. Finally, after what felt like both a lifetime and a single breath, they arrived at the center of the Glimmerwood. Here stood the hearth tree. It was the most magnificent tree Rowan could ever imagine, its bark like polished coal, and its leaves glowing with the intense, steady light of a well-tended fire. But its light, too, was faltering, flickering weakly. At the base of the great tree was a small, hollow space, shaped almost like a heart. "This is where the seed belongs, Rowan," Flicker chimed softly. "But you must be the one to place it there. It will only work if your own heart is open and true." Rowan approached the hearth tree. He could feel a profound, ancient power radiating from it, but also a deep weariness. He took the heartseed from his pocket. It was glowing brighter than ever, its pulse strong and steady. He thought of his journey, of the friendship with Flicker, of the lessons of the wood, of the healing of the spring. He thought of his grandfather and the constant, steady love of his home. He was no longer the restless boy from the cottage. He had been transformed. He understood now that the magic was not about finding a place in the world, but about carrying your own warmth with you and sharing it. He placed the heartseed into the hollow at the base of the hearth tree. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a wave of warmth exploded from the seed, not hot and violent, but deep and nourishing, like the first sip of soup on a cold day. The light from the seed flowed up through the roots of the hearth tree, into its trunk, and out along its branches. The leaves, which had been flickering, burst into a brilliant, steady, russet glow. The light spread from tree to tree, through the entire Glimmerwood, as if a signal had been passed. The dim places brightened, the brittle trees straightened, and the air hummed with vibrant, joyful energy. The gentle mystery had unfolded. The seed was not just for him, and he was not just for the seed. They were part of a larger balance. His personal growth, his journey inward, had been the key to healing a world. He felt a final, profound shift within his own chest. The last of the cold emptiness was gone, filled instead with a gentle, unwavering light. The restlessness had been replaced by a deep and abiding peace. Flicker landed on his shoulder, its light now a constant, golden star. "The balance is restored, Keeper. You have found your heart, and in doing so, you have given heart to this wood. Rowan smiled, a true, easy smile that reached his eyes. Thank you, my friend. He closed his eyes, filled with the warmth and the light, and when he opened them again, he was back in his own bed. Morning light, the ordinary, beautiful light of the sun, was streaming through his window. He sat up and looked at his hand. The heart seed was gone. But when he placed his hand over his heart, he felt it, a steady, warm pulse from within his own chest. Thump glow. Thump glow. He was its home, and it was his. He went downstairs to where his grandfather was stoking the fire. The old man looked at him, and a knowing smile touched his lips. He saw the change in his grandson, the new stillness in his eyes, the peace in his posture. You found the secret, his grandfather said, not as a question, but as a statement. Rowan nodded, sitting on the hearthrug. I did. It was never about going out to find a place. It was about learning how to carry the warmth inside. The fire crackled in agreement, its light dancing across their faces. Rowan felt a profound sense of resolution. The journey was over, but his life, his true life, was just beginning. He knew that there would still be challenges and cold days, but he also knew that he now carried an inner hearth that would never go out. And as the fire burned steady and true, and the warmth of the cottage wrapped around him like a well-loved quilt, Rowan knew that all was well. The story was complete. The ember was now a steady flame, and the world was full of quiet, gentle magic for those who knew how to look for it within themselves. It was a peace that promised restful dreams, and a new day waiting, warm and bright, on the other side of sleep. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent podship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then, for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant, guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their Starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow not with borrowed light but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be was the word courage. Where south might have pointed it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. "Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey." "A journey?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's raining, and supper will be soon." Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. "The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats." She nodded toward the compass. "Yours has already begun." The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. "Where do I go?" "Wherever the compass leads you," Saffron replied. "But you won't be alone." No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire." He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. "Courage," whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. "Fascinating. The needle hasn't wavered." saffron twined around Leo's ankles. Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello. So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, "Hello." A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. "Oh dear," murmured Bartholomew. A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament. The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, "Dear, gently now," and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14¾ inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. "It's all right," Leo whispered into the well. "You can hop in, we'll bring you up." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred, "you had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. In the quiet, tucked-away village of Glimmerbrook, where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy rivers between cottages with thatched roofs, there was a sense of perpetual twilight, softened by the gentle hum of life. The air often carried the sweet scent of baking bread from the miller's wife, mingled with the earthy fragrance of damp moss after a rain. At the heart of the village stood an ancient clock tower, its brass hands moving with a soft, rhythmic tick-tock that echoed like a heartbeat through the lanes. Wind chimes hung from every eave tinkled melodies when the breeze danced through, and sometimes a gentle rain would patter on the leaves, adding its own whispered rhythm to the night. The people of Glimmerbrook were a kind-hearted lot, known for their warm smiles and readiness to share a story by the fireside. But lately a peculiar mystery had settled over the village, one that sparked curiosity rather than fear. It began when young Alara, no, not Alara, let's call her Anya, a girl with eyes as observant as an owl's and a heart that listened to the whispers of the world, noticed something odd. The stars above Glimmerbrook, usually a sparkling tapestry woven into the velvet sky, had started to vanish. Not all at once, but one by one, as if being plucked by an invisible hand. At the same time, the flowers in the village gardens, which typically bloomed in cheerful reds and yellows, began to shift hues overnight. Roses turning azure, daisies flushing violet, as if painted by a dreamer's brush. Anya, who spent her days tending to her grandmother's garden and her evenings tracing constellations from her windowsill, felt a stir of wonder. She wasn't frightened. Instead, she was filled with a gentle curiosity, like the first sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. She decided to investigate, armed not with tools but with patience and empathy, for she believed that every mystery held a story waiting to be understood. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme that the village children sang while skipping rope near the clock tower. It went, "When the clock ticks backwards and the rain falls up, seek the map where the silver cup guides the way to the sleeping glen, where stars are borrowed and made again." Anya had heard this rhyme all her life, but now the words seemed to shimmer with new meaning. She wondered if the missing stars and the color-changing flowers were connected to this sleeping glen. But what did it mean for the clock to tick backwards? The village clock tower had always been steadfast, its hands moving forward with reliable grace. She began her investigation by visiting the eldest villager, Old Man Hemlock, who lived in a cottage surrounded by whispering pines. His home was filled with curiosities, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, shelves of leather-bound books, and a collection of antique maps. Anya found him sitting by his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Grandfather Hemlock," she said softly, "have you noticed the stars disappearing, and the flowers changing colors?" The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, young Anya, the world is full of wonders that come and go like the tides. But yes, I have seen such things before, long ago. There's an old tale about a glen where time flows gently, sometimes even backwards, and where the stars go to rest." He showed her a faded map, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like butterfly wings. It depicted Glimmerbrook and the surrounding woodland, with a path leading to a place marked the Starfall Glen. But the path was incomplete, as if part of the map had been lost to time. "This map has been in my family for generations," Hemlock explained. "They say it holds the key to the glen, but no one has found the way in years." Anya studied the map carefully. She noticed that the constellations drawn along the edges, Orion's belt, the Big Dipper, seemed to align with the missing stars in the sky. Perhaps the stars weren't vanishing, but moving to this glen. But why? And what about the color-changing flowers? She decided to follow the clues, starting with the nursery rhyme. The rhyme mentioned a silver cup, which Anya remembered was part of the village's annual festival, used to drink from the wishing well. But the festival was months away. This felt like a red herring, but she followed it anyway. She went to the well, where the water shimmered with reflected starlight. As she peered into its depths, she didn't find answers about the stars, but she did notice that the flowers around the well had turned a deep, luminous green, a color she'd never seen before. It was a delightful discovery. The well's water seemed to have a nurturing effect on the plants, making them glow with health. She made a mental note to share this with the gardeners later. Next, Anya turned her attention to the clock tower. The rhyme spoke of the clock ticking backwards, but the tower's keeper, a meticulous man named Mr. Pendulum, assured her that nothing was amiss. "My clock has never missed a beat," he said, polishing the brass face with a cloth. But as they spoke, Anya heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a faint chime that seemed to echo backwards, like a melody played in reverse. Mr. Pendulum didn't notice, but Anya's sharp ears caught it. She wondered if this was a clue tied to the glen's backwards flowing time. She decided to explore the woodland beyond the village, taking the old map with her. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through leaves in dappled patterns, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As she walked, she listened to the ambient sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant coo of a wood pigeon, and the occasional chime from the village carried on the wind. She followed the path on the map, but it soon diverged into multiple trails, each looking equally inviting. Here, she encountered another red herring. She met a friendly badger who seemed to be leading her to a hidden cave, rumored to hold treasures. Anya followed, her empathy telling her the badger meant no harm. Inside the cave, she found not treasure but a collection of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, illuminating ancient drawings on the walls. The drawings depicted villagers from long ago dancing under a sky full of stars, with flowers that changed colors around them. It was a delightful discovery, a piece of history that showed Glimmerbrook had always been magical. The badger nuzzled her hand, as if thanking her for appreciating the art, and Anya felt a warm connection to the past. Returning to the map, Anya realized that the key might be in the constellation patterns. That night she sat on a hill overlooking the village, watching the sky. She saw that the missing stars formed a new pattern, one that resembled a pathway leading to the woods. Using the map, she aligned the drawn constellations with the sky, and noticed that the Big Dipper's handle pointed directly to a cluster of oak trees she had passed earlier. The next day, she ventured back to that spot. There, hidden behind a curtain of ivy, was a stone archway she had overlooked. Carved into the arch were words from the nursery rhyme, "Where stars are borrowed and made again." As she stepped through, the air grew still, and she heard the gentle sound of a stream flowing nearby. She had found the Starfall Glen. The glen was a breathtaking sight. It was a circular clearing surrounded by ancient trees, with a pool of water at its center that reflected the sky so perfectly it seemed like a second heaven. But the most astonishing thing was that time here felt different. She watched as a leaf fell from a tree, only to float upwards and reattach itself to a branch. The stream flowed backwards, bubbling towards its source. And above, the missing stars were gathered, floating like fireflies just above the treetops, casting a soft, silvery light. The flowers in the glen were in constant flux, shifting from blue to gold to pink, as if breathing with color. In the center of the glen, Anya found a group of gentle, luminous beings, forest spirits who tended the stars. They explained that every century, the stars grew weary from shining so brightly and needed to rest in the glen, where time flowed backwards to rejuvenate them. The color-changing flowers were a side effect, their pigments influenced by the stars' energy. The spirits had borrowed the stars temporarily, and the backwards time was a natural part of the cycle, meant to no one's harm. The spirits were surprised that Anya had found them, for most humans never noticed the subtle changes. But Anya's observation and empathy had led her to them. She learned that the nursery rhyme and the map were left by ancestors who knew of the glen, meant to guide curious souls in times of wonder. Anya returned to Glimmerbrook with the news. Instead of causing alarm, she gathered the villagers and shared her discovery. They were amazed and delighted. Old Man Hemlock smiled, saying, "So the old stories are true." Mr. Pendulum realized that the backwards chimes he'd occasionally heard were echoes from the glen, and the gardeners understood why their flowers were so vibrant. The mystery solved, the village decided to celebrate. They held a festival under the partially star-filled sky, with music from the wind chimes and the gentle rain adding its rhythm. They sang the nursery rhyme with new meaning, and Anya led a group to the glen, where the spirits welcomed them. Together, villagers and spirits shared stories and laughter, and the community grew closer, united by the wonder they had uncovered. As the stars gradually returned to the sky, shining brighter than ever, and the flowers settled into their normal hues, Glimmerbrook settled back into its cozy rhythm. Anya continued to watch the stars, now with a deeper understanding that some mysteries are not problems to be solved, but gifts to be cherished. And every time the clock tower chimed or the wind played its melodies, the villagers remembered the time when curiosity brought them all together, wrapping them in a blanket of shared magic and peace. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient pines and oaks, there lay a world that only the night knew. This was a realm of soft shadows and softer light, where the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety moss and fallen leaves that crunched with a satisfying, gentle sigh under the lightest of footsteps. Here the nocturnal creatures held counsel not in words, but in the shared understanding of rustles, scents, and the subtle shifting of the air. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling unusually restless. His cozy nest of dried ferns and thistledown felt too small, his thoughts too loud. A peculiar stirring in his heart, a gentle tug, pulled him from his burrow and into the cool, starlit air. Above, the constellations spun their slow, glittering dance, and the forest seemed to breathe around him, a great, slumbering giant with a heartbeat of rustling leaves. Pip trundled along a familiar path, his tiny claws making faint clicking sounds on the smooth, moss-covered stones that lined the way. To his left, a brook babbled secrets over polished pebbles, its voice a constant, soothing murmur. He paused, dipping his snout into the cold, clear water, and listened. The water didn't just babble, it spoke. It told of mountain snows melting, of journeys through dark earth and sun-dappled meadows, of carrying wishes from the high peaks to the sleepy valleys below. It was a language of movement and memory, and Pip understood it in the way one understands a lullaby, not with the mind, but with the soul. Further he wandered, drawn by the soft, ethereal glow ahead. He entered a starlit clearing where the magic of the forest gathered in visible wonder. Here bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs like scattered constellations of their own, pulsing with a gentle, greenish light. Fireflies drifted lazily, their golden flashes weaving patterns in the air like living embroidery. Even the leaves of the silver willow trees at the clearing's edge seemed to drink the moonlight and glow from within, their pale undersides shimmering with every sigh of the wind. It was here that Pip saw her, the great oak, eldest of the forest. She was not merely a tree, she was a monument of time itself. Her bark was deeply grooved with the stories of centuries, and her branches reached toward the stars as if in quiet conversation with them. Nestled in a comfortable hollow where two great roots embraced the earth was Seraphina, the elder owl. Her feathers were the color of twilight and wisdom, and her large, knowing eyes held the patience of the moon. She was preening a feather softly, the sound a faint, rhythmic whisper that blended with the night symphony. "You are awake when you should be dreaming, little Pip," Seraphina said, her voice a low, melodic hoot that vibrated through the stillness like the lowest note of a wooden flute. It was not a scolding, but an observation filled with gentle curiosity. Pip approached, his restlessness making him shuffle his feet. "I couldn't sleep, Elder. There's a humming in the earth, a feeling, as if the forest is holding its breath." Seraphina's eyes gleamed. "Ah, you feel it too. That is the turning. The season is preparing to shift its weight." She shifted slightly, and the wind chose that moment to stir the leaves above, creating a sound like 1,000 soft voices whispering in unison, the secret language of the trees. They spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden streams, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, of the gentle ache of change as autumn approached. "The trees are sharing their memories," Serafina explained softly. "They remember the warmth of summer sun and are preparing to let go, to rest. It is not an ending, little one. It is a necessary breath out before the next breath in." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a blessing of droplets that pattered softly on the leaves above, on the moss below, on Pip's own spiny back. The sound was a natural ASMR, a cascade of tiny percussion that layered over the babble of the brook and the whisper of the wind. Each drop that landed on the glowing mushrooms made them shimmer more brightly, and the scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil, rose up to fill the clearing. "Watch the stones," Serafina murmured. Pip looked down. The rain had darkened the mossy stones around the great oak, and now, as the water traced their contours, they began to gleam with a faint, internal light. It was the magic of the quartz and mica within them, awakened by the water, speaking their ancient, silent language of patience and permanence. "They remember every step that has ever been taken upon them," the owl said. "Every creature, every season. They hold the memory of the forest in their cool, solid hearts. They teach us that to be still is not to be idle. It is to be deeply present." Pip felt his restlessness begin to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of wonder. He was part of this great, breathing, whispering tapestry. His tiny life was a thread in the grand story of the Whispering Woods. "What is my part in the turning?" he asked, his voice small. Serafina blinked slowly. "Your part is to listen, to feel, to trust the cycles. Just as the stream trusts its path to the sea, and the leaf trusts its fall to the earth, you must trust that your restlessness is not without purpose. It is the forest speaking through you, reminding you that you, too, are part of the great cycle of rest and renewal." She then told him a story woven from the very sounds around them. She spoke of the first autumn when the forest learned to let go, and how the bioluminescent fungi first bloomed to light the way for the creatures who mourned the loss of the sun's long hours. She described the winter not as a time of emptiness, but as a time of dreams sleeping beneath the frost, waiting for the spring's gentle call. Her words were not a lecture, but a weaving, blending with the patter of rain and the rustle of leaves, until Pip could hardly tell where the story ended and the night began. As the moon began its slow descent, painting the clearing in long, silver streaks, Pip's eyelids grew heavy. The humming in the earth had not ceased, but now it felt like a lullaby, a promise that change was natural, beautiful, and safe. "Remember, little one," Serafina said as Pip prepared to return to his burrow, her voice now barely a whisper. "Magic is not always a flash of light or a powerful spell. Often it is the quiet understanding between the stream and the stone. It is the trust of the leaf as it falls. It is the courage to rest so you may grow again." Pip nodded, his heart full and peaceful. He trundled back through the clearing, now watching the forest with new eyes. He heard the secret language everywhere, in the drip of water from a leaf, in the crunch of a twig, in the distant hoot of another owl answering Serafina's. The forest was alive with conversation, with story, with magic. He reached his burrow just as the rain softened to a mist. Curling into his nest of ferns, he listened to the final drops tapping on the earth above, a gentle, rhythmic goodnight. The bioluminescent glow of the clearing seemed to linger behind his eyes, and the wisdom of the ancient oak felt like a warm blanket around his spirit. Outside, the whispering woods settled into a contented sigh. The stream continued its endless story, the stones held their silent vigil, and the trees whispered dreams to one another in the language of rustling leaves. High in her hollow, Serafina closed her eyes, a faint smile on her beak. Another soul had learned to listen. And in the gentle, magical darkness, the cycle of rest began anew, cradled by the moon and the endless, loving patience of the ancient forest. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished: her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue: a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early. We needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. "Never could get it to whistle properly." One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. Old tree sleeps deep, she whispered. Very deep. Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, maps show the way, but not the why. The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting, waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why. Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys he knew weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. Deep in the heart of the whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the Heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice: the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. Remember summer, he called. Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover. The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. We carry summer inside us, he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. Pass, they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. Remember us when the thaw comes. Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. Now what? Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. The legend spoke of a song, Fern said. But how do we sing for summer? Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. Together, he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, bramble, and fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kalen often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. "He called it an emberstone. He said it held a memory of light." Kalen turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while, his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kalen, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kalen found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kalen followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the emberstone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kalen ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmerglen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kalen at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kalen with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kalen's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. "The emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten." "You can talk?" Kalen asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. "Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy. I am Fable." Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kalen visited the Glimmerglen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmerglen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. "The heart of this place is a great luminy tree," Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. "Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerglen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever." Kalen's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. "There must be something we can do," he said, the emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. "The old stories say the lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light." Kalen understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the Lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmerglen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kalen to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The Lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kalen approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the emberstone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. And this, he said, his voice full of emotion, this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there. As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the emberstone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire Glimmerglen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kalen's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. You reminded it, Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own. Kalen sat back, watching the Lumini tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmerglen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kalen turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kalen stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kalen nodded, pulling the emberstone from his pocket. It was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmerglen, the amber stream, the wise and kind fable, and the great Lumini tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror, waiting for you to look into it." Kalen knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid. Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. The embers sighed their warm, crimson breath across the hearthstones, painting shifting patterns on the worn rug. Outside, a soft rain whispered secrets to the sleeping earth, Tonight snuggle close, for the story is about Theo, a boy whose heart held a quiet magic, waiting patiently to unfold. Theo lived in a cottage nestled beside the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies on windy nights. He was a gentle soul, thoughtful and kind, but often felt like a tightly furled bud amidst vibrant blooms. He moved quietly, spoke softly, and sometimes, when overwhelmed, a faint, pearlescent shimmer would dance across his skin for a fleeting moment, like moonlight on water. He didn't understand it, and it made him curl inward, wrapping himself in an invisible cloak of shyness. His solace was the neglected patch of earth behind his cottage, a tangle of weeds and stubborn clay his parents called the barren corner. Theo, however, felt a strange kinship with it. He'd sit on an old, moss-covered stone, tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick, whispering stories to the unseen seeds he imagined sleeping beneath the surface. He felt like one of those seeds himself, full of potential he couldn't quite grasp. One damp afternoon, as Theo sat feeling particularly small and unseen, a peculiar warmth bloomed in his chest. It wasn't anxiety, but something softer, like the first ray of sun after rain. As the warmth spread, he noticed tiny, luminous green sprouts pushing through the hard earth right where his shadow fell. They unfurled delicate leaves that seemed to glow with an inner light. Startled, Theo touched his own cheek. It felt unusually warm, and the pearlescent shimmer flickered again, stronger this time. Was his quiet feeling growing something? The next day he returned. The little sprouts had grown taller, their leaves now of vibrant emerald. He sat beside them, the familiar cloak of shyness settling around him. Immediately the leaves seemed to dull, their glow fading. Theo frowned. He took a deep breath, remembering the warmth he'd felt. He thought of the kindness of Mrs. Willow, the baker, who always saved him the crustiest loaf end. Slowly, tentatively, he smiled. The leaves perked up, their inner light returning, brighter than before. A gasp caught in Theo's throat. The garden, it felt him. This became Theo's secret ritual. He'd visit the barren corner, now his moon garden, and tend to the glowing plants. When he felt brave enough to speak to the grumpy blacksmith's cat, a cluster of tiny bluebell-like flowers appeared, chiming softly. When he helped an elderly neighbor carry her heavy basket, sturdy vines with heart-shaped leaves burst forth, climbing the cottage wall. His own skin shimmered more frequently now, a soft silver-white light that pulsed gently, mirroring the rhythm of his breath. It wasn't frightening anymore, it felt like the quiet hum of life within him. Yet sometimes the old cloak of shyness felt heavy. One evening, overwhelmed after a day filled with loud voices and bustling crowds at the village market, he retreated to his garden. The glowing plants seemed subdued, their light dim. Theo slumped onto his mossy stone, feeling like a failure. The shimmer on his skin sputtered weakly. How could he ever truly bloom if he kept folding in on himself? Seeds don't sprout by worrying about the dark, young sapling. A voice, as soft and rich as loam, spoke beside him. Theo startled. Standing near the cottage wall was an old woman he'd never seen before. She wore a cloak woven from what looked like twilight and moss, and her eyes held the deep, patient calm of ancient roots. In her gnarled hands, she cradled a simple clay pot filled with rich, dark earth. "They simply trust the warmth when it comes," she continued, her voice like a comforting blanket. You can see it." Theo whispered, gesturing to the glowing plants and his own faint shimmer. The woman chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "I see the potential waiting beneath the surface. Like this." She gently tapped the clay pot, empty yet full of promise. "What do you suppose it needs?" Theo thought. "Soil, water, light." "Patience most of all," the woman said, setting the pot down beside him. "And a little faith, your garden," she nodded towards the glowing plants, "it reflects your heart song. Fear dims the light, acceptance lets it grow. Don't fight the unfolding, trust the process like the caterpillar trusts its chrysalis. She introduced herself as Alara, a gardener who wandered the old paths. She didn't stay long that evening, but her words settled into Theo like rich compost. Trust the unfolding. He looked at the clay pot. It felt like a symbol, an empty vessel ready for whatever he chose to grow within himself. Theo began practicing. When shyness threatened to smother him, he remembered the caterpillar in its chrysalis, quiet, patient, undergoing a necessary change. He'd take a deep breath, picturing the warmth blooming in his chest. Slowly, deliberately, he'd try small acts of courage, saying hello first, offering a compliment, sharing his thoughts. Each time his shimmer grew steadier, brighter, shifting subtly from silver white to soft, warm gold. And his moon garden responded. After he spoke confidently to the village elder about a fallen bird's nest, a magnificent sunflower unfurled, its face turning faithfully towards the hidden moon, radiating a soft golden light. One day, feeling particularly bold and joyful after fixing a broken fence for a friend, Theo noticed something extraordinary. The simple wool tunic he wore, once a drab brown, now shimmered with threads of gold and emerald green where the sunlight touched it. It wasn't just his skin anymore, his very clothing reflected his inner state. He laughed, a sound like bells, and the colors deepened, swirling like captured sunlight in a stream. Alara returned periodically, always appearing when Theo felt stuck or uncertain. She never gave direct answers, only gentle guidance, like pointing out how a tightly closed bud needed time before it could reveal its beauty, or how the strongest oak grew slowly, ring by patient ring. She taught him to listen to the subtle language of his garden, to understand that wilting leaves meant he needed rest, that vibrant new growth signaled courage. Change isn't a storm to be weathered, she murmured one twilight as they watched fireflies dance among the glowing blooms, but a season to be lived, breath by breath. The seasons turned. Theo's moon garden became a breathtaking sanctuary. Glowing flowers of every hue pulsed gently, vines heavy with luminous fruit climbed the walls, and soft mosses, radiating warmth like tiny suns, carpeted the ground. The once barren corner was now a beacon of gentle magic. Theo himself moved with a new quiet confidence. His shimmer was constant now, a soft golden aura that shifted hues with his emotions, calming blue when he was thoughtful, vibrant green when he felt joy, steady amber when he was calm. His clothes became living tapestries of his inner world. One crisp autumn evening, as Theo stood amidst his creation, a profound sense of peace settled over him. He felt deeply connected to the earth beneath his feet, to the glowing plants, to the quiet pulse of his own magic. He thought of the caterpillar, the seed, the long, patient journey. He thought of Alara's wisdom and the small victories that had led him here. He took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the sleeping woods. As he exhaled, a profound warmth, deeper and more radiant than ever before, blossomed from his core. It surged through him not violently, but like a gentle tide. His golden shimmer intensified, becoming almost blindingly bright for a moment. Then it softened, settling into a warm, steady light. From his shoulders, delicate structures unfurled, not wings of feather or membrane, but intricate, glowing lattices of pure golden light, shaped like the most delicate, ethereal dragonfly wings. They pulsed softly with his heartbeat, casting dancing patterns of light on the glowing leaves around him. Theo gasped, not in fear but in awestruck wonder. He felt lighter, freer, yet profoundly grounded. He wasn't a seed anymore, nor a caterpillar. He was unfolding. Alara stepped from the shadows near the cottage wall, her face a map of gentle smiles. "Ah," she breathed, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, the beautiful becoming." Theo turned, his luminous wings shimmering. What do I do now?" he asked, his voice filled with the quiet awe of dawn. Alara gestured not towards the sky, but towards the garden, towards the village beyond, towards the vast, whispering woods. "You tend the garden," she said softly. "You share your light, you help other seeds find their courage. Your transformation, young one, isn't an ending. It's the very first page of a new story." She placed a gentle hand on the clay pot, now overflowing with rich soil, and a single, determined seedling pushing towards the moonlight. "The journey continues, one patient, golden breath at a time." Theo looked at his glowing wings, at his radiant garden, at the patient seedling in the pot. He felt the steady warmth within him, the deep connection to the living world around him. He wasn't afraid. He felt ready. He took another deep, slow breath, feeling the gentle pulse of his light wings, and smiled. The garden glowed brighter in response, a silent chorus of understanding. The embers in the hearth crackled softly, casting long, comforting shadows. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean and full of quiet promise. Theo's gentle metamorphosis was complete, and the beautiful, patient journey of his becoming had truly just begun. The cocoon had opened, revealing not just wings, but an entire world waiting to be explored with a newly opened heart. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly. Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us. Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy, and the stars dusted the forest floor with their faint, glittering light, there existed a world that only awoke when the sun had tucked itself away. This was the domain of the night-blooming jasmine, whose fragrance hung in the air like a sweet secret, and of the moss-covered stones that remembered the footsteps of centuries. On this particular evening, a little hedgehog, his spines tipped with droplets of dew that caught the moonlight like tiny pearls, was feeling a deep and unfamiliar restlessness. His name was Pippin, and though his burrow was soft with dried ferns and thistledown, sleep would not come. A worry had nested in his heart, a fear that the gentle, constant rhythm of the forest was changing, that the familiar comforts were fading. Driven from his cozy home, he trundled along a path paved with luminous blue-green moss that glowed with a soft, internal light. Fireflies like living embers drifted lazily, blinking their silent code. The air was filled with a symphony of gentle sounds, the soft patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the broad leaves overhead, the soothing shh-h-h-h of the wind combing through the pine needles, and the distant, constant gurgle-babble of the storytelling stream. Pippin's journey led him to a starlit clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead like the vault of a great, natural cathedral. In the center stood an ancient oak, so old its bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and velvety moss. This was the grandfather oak, and nestled in a crook of his great arm was a great gray owl, her feathers the color of wood smoke in moonlight. "Your footsteps speak of a heavy heart, little one," the owl said, her voice not a hoot, but a soft, resonant whisper, like stones smoothing each other in a riverbed. She was called Serena, and she was the keeper of the wood's unspoken tales. Pippin looked up, his dark eyes wide. "I am afraid, Serena, the air feels different, the world feels tired." Serena blinked her great, golden eyes slowly. "The forest is not tired, little Pippin. It is preparing to dream. Come, walk with me and listen." She glided down from her perch, her wings making not a sound, and led him to the edge of the storytelling stream. The water, dark and clear, flowed over stones worn smooth by time. As they walked, Serena taught Pippin to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. "The trees do not speak with words," she murmured. "They speak with sighs." She placed a wing against the trunk of a slender silver birch. A gentle breeze stirred, and the leaves rustled with a sound like crinkling parchment. They are sharing the day's warmth, storing it in their roots for the colder days to come. It is a language of letting go. They came to the stream, and Serena gestured for Pippin to dip his paw into the cool water. "The water does not speak with sentences," she said. "It speaks with rhythm." Pippin listened. The babble gurgle plink was not random noise. It was a story, the story of the mountain snowmelt, the journey through dark earth, the secrets told by the rocks it had polished. It was a song of constant, gentle movement. "And the stones," Serena continued, tapping a mossy boulder with her beak. It made a soft, deep thump. "They speak with memory, they hold the echoes of all that has passed. Their language is one of patience and permanence." As they moved deeper into the woods, the bioluminescent wonders of the night unveiled themselves. Ghost mushrooms clung to fallen logs, emitting an eerie, beautiful green light that illuminated their path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced in the distance, their glow flickering like silent laughter. The very air seemed to shimmer, and Pippin felt his worry beginning to loosen its grip, replaced by a sense of awe. "But why does it feel like an ending?" Pippin asked, watching a cascade of amber leaves spiral down from a maple tree. The rustle swish as they landed on the forest floor was one of the most peaceful sounds he had ever heard. "It is not an ending," Serena replied, guiding him to a hidden grove where the rain fell more freely, its gentle pitter-patter on the giant lily pads creating a natural lullaby. "It is a turning of the page. The forest, like you, needs its time of rest. The magic of the seasons is the magic of cycles. The vibrant energy of summer must give way to the quiet contemplation of autumn, which must surrender to the deep, dreaming sleep of winter, so that the world can be born anew in the spring." She led him to a place where the earth was soft and dark. "Watch," she whispered. A mother badger was gently nudging her sleepy cubs into their set for the long winter. A family of squirrels, their chatter soft and busy, was making final adjustments to their drays, lining them with the softest moss. There was no panic, no sadness. There was only a gentle, purposeful preparation, a yielding. It was a collective sigh of contentment. "They are not saying goodbye to the world," Serena explained. "They are trusting it. They know that under the blanket of snow the seeds are sleeping and the roots are dreaming of the sun. The greatest magic is not in constant blooming, but in knowing when to rest." Pippin finally understood. His restlessness wasn't a fear of an ending, but a resistance to a necessary pause. He had been trying to hold on to the long, lively days of summer, not realizing the profound beauty and peace that lay in the gentle surrender of autumn. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in shades of lavender and rose, Serena escorted Pippin back to the edge of his own burrow. The rainfall had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. "Remember the languages," Serena said, her form growing faint as the night began to retreat. "Listen for the sigh of the trees, the song of the stream, the memory of the stones. They will always remind you that every ending is a new beginning in disguise, and that rest is not idleness, but a sacred part of growth." Pippin crawled into his burrow, the scent of damp earth and slumbering roots enveloping him like a warm blanket. His heart, once tight with anxiety, was now full and quiet. As he curled into a ball, the gentle dripping of water from the leaves outside his entrance made a soft, rhythmic plink, 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 like a metronome counting the beats of the forest's slow, dreaming breath. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many nights, he did not fight the approach of the colder, quieter days. Instead, he welcomed them, ready to dream alongside the seeds and the stones, trusting in the unwavering promise of renewal, soothed to sleep by the ancient, whispering lullaby of the woods. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kalen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kalen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kalen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kalen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kalen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kalen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kalen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kalen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kalen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kalen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kalen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kalen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kalen, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kalen made his way back to his den as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner, a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so, saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kalen drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kalen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kalen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kalen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together, they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streaked past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kalen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kalen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kalen's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. the seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern, the frostfire moths always wake the heartstone? Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. The north wind gossips, she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbersant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. In a land where the sky was not a ceiling but a tapestry of endless possibilities, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a village nestled in the rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of blooming night bells and the soft murmur of streams. Lyra carried with her a small, smooth stone from the riverbank near her cottage. It was no ordinary stone. When she held it, it warmed gently against her palm, a constant reminder of home, and it seemed to hum with a quiet melody only she could feel. This stone was her anchor, a piece of her world that traveled with her wherever she went. Lately, a strange stillness had settled over Lyra's village. The night bells were losing their fragrance, and the streams whispered less joyfully. The elders spoke of a fading wonder, a magic that had always woven through their lives like thread through cloth, now unraveling. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a soul that yearned to understand, decided she must seek the source of this enchantment. Her journey was not for glory, but to help her people and to uncover a truth about herself, that even the smallest heart can hold great courage. Her path led her to the stairway of clouds, a gentle ascent that appeared only at dawn, when the first light kissed the mist. The stairs were not of stone or wood, but of condensed vapor, soft and yielding underfoot, like walking on a warm, fluffy quilt. With each step, Lyra felt a slight bounce, and the air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain-washed sky. She climbed higher until the ground below became a patchwork of greens and browns, and she entered the realm of the cloud cities. The first city was Aetheria, a place woven from light and mist. Buildings floated like delicate bubbles, connected by bridges of shimmering gossamer. The inhabitants were the luminals, creatures of pure light who communicated through gentle pulses and glows. They had no voices, but their movements created a symphony of colors that danced in the air. Lyra watched as a luminal approached her, its form shifting from gold to silver. It extended a tendril of light that brushed her hand, and in that touch she felt a question: "Why have you come?" Lyra held up her warm stone, and the luminal glowed brighter, understanding her purpose. It led her to the heart of Aetheria, a great, swirling vortex of clouds that hummed with energy. Here the luminals gathered to share stories through light, and Lyra learned that their city was a waypoint for lost wonders, a place where memories of joy were stored. But lately the light had dimmed and the stories were fading. The luminals showed her that the magic was connected to a deeper realm, one where the roots of wonder grew. Guided by the luminals, Lyra descended through a soft tunnel of clouds that felt like sliding down a blanket of velvet. It led her to the underground Aurora Caverns, a world beneath the earth where the walls were not dark, but alive with swirling colors. The air here was thick with the scent of ancient minerals and cool, damp earth, and the ground was smooth, polished by time, like walking on glass. Strange, glowing plants grew in clusters, their leaves emitting a soft, melodic chime when touched. The creatures of this realm were the sonorous, beings made of sound and vibration. They communicated through music, each movement creating notes that wove into harmonies. Lyra met a sonorous named Melody, who had a form like a swirling ribbon of air. Melody played a tune on the crystalline flowers, and the music told Lyra of a great library where all knowledge was kept, but its doors were sealed because the key, a song of unity, had been forgotten. Lyra's stone warmed in her hand, and she hummed the little melody it seemed to hold. To her surprise, the sonorous gathered around, their music blending with hers. Together they created a bridge of sound that arched over a glowing river, leading to the next landmark, the library between dimensions. This library was not a building of wood and paper, but a living entity where books floated like leaves on a breeze, and the shelves were made of intertwined light and shadow. The scent here was of old parchment and fresh ink, mixed with a hint of starlight. The librarian was a gentle giant called the Keeper, a being who communicated through touch, its hands like soft moss that could impart wisdom with a caress. The Keeper explained that the magic of the world was fed by stories of kindness, and that a shadow of forgetfulness had crept in, causing the wonder to fade. To restore it, Lyra needed to find the echoing heart, a place where all good deeds resonated. With the Keeper's guidance, Lyra traveled through the library's corridors, which shifted and changed like dreams. She passed the Hall of Whispers, where voices of the past murmured secrets, and the Garden of Scents, where each flower held the fragrance of a different emotion. Her stone glowed brighter now, and she realized it was not just a reminder of home, but a key to understanding. It held the essence of her own kindness. Finally, she reached the echoing heart, a cavern where the walls were made of crystal that reflected every act of friendship. Here she saw that her journey itself had already begun to reweave the magic, as each creature she helped had added a thread of light. Lyra stood before the heart and shared her story, not with words but with the warmth of her stone and the memory of her village. The crystals shimmered, and a wave of renewal spread through the realms. The luminals glowed brighter, the sonorous music grew richer, and the library's books fluttered with new tales. Lyra understood then that the magic was not something to be found, but something to be nurtured through connection and care. She returned home, her stone now humming with a joyful tune, and found her village revived, the night bells fragrant once more. As she lay in her bed, the stars outside seemed to wink in gratitude, and she drifted to sleep, knowing that wonder was always within reach, carried in the heart like a warm, smooth stone. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss lichen and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. "I can find it," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from." Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. "Take this," the image came. "It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend." Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched awestruck as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heartspring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, and this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower," Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. "It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be." Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. In the quiet hamlet of Stillwater Bend, nestled between a silver-veined river and an ancient forest, peculiar things had begun to occur. It started subtly, as such things often do. The village baker, a gentle woman named Rowan, noticed it first. She'd been drawing water from the well at dawn when she saw that the morning glory blossoms, which always unfurled a brilliant cobalt blue, had bloomed instead a soft, pearlescent gray. Later that day, the town's oldest clock tower, known for its dependable sonorous chime, struck 13 quiet, silvery notes at noon. The most wondrous and unsettling change, however, was discovered by a young, thoughtful boy named Finn. Finn loved the night sky. He had a worn, hand-drawn map of the constellations given to him by his grandfather, and he knew them all by heart. But one evening, as he lay on a woolen blanket in his backyard, he saw that the smallest star in the Little Dipper's handle, a star his grandfather had called the timid spark, was gone. Not clouded over, but simply absent, leaving a tiny, dark void in the familiar pattern. The village hummed with a curious, not fearful, excitement. Whispers wove through the market stalls, accompanied by the gentle plink-plonk of rain chains dangling from the eaves. The weaver's looms clacked a steady rhythm, and the breeze played a soft melody on the wind chimes hanging outside every door, but beneath it all was a shared question: what was happening to Stillwater Bend? Finn decided he would find out. He was a boy who believed that most problems were just puzzles waiting for the right piece to be found. He carried with him his grandfather's constellation map and a heart full of empathy for the world around him. His first clue came from an old nursery rhyme, one the village children sang while skipping rope near the cobblestone square. When the clock tower counts one more, and gray the morning glories weep, seek the path of forgotten lore, where starlight secrets lie asleep. Finn had heard the clock tower count one more. He had seen the gray morning glories. The path of forgotten lore had to be the old forest path, a trail marked on his map that few used anymore. With a satchel of honey cakes and a determined spirit, he set off. The forest was a cathedral of quiet sounds. Gentle rain pattered on the broad leaves of chestnut trees, and a distant stream gurgled its ancient song. Finn walked slowly, his eyes not just looking, but truly seeing. He noticed that the moss grew thicker on the northern side of the trees, just as his grandfather had taught him. He saw a family of rabbits pause, not in fear, but in quiet observation, their noses twitching as he passed. Deep into the path, he found his first red herring, though it led to a delightful discovery. A flash of crimson in the undergrowth turned out to be a fox with an injured paw, caught in a tangle of thorny brambles. The mystery of the village could wait. Finn sat beside the fox, speaking in low, soothing tones. He carefully worked the brambles free, sharing a piece of his honey cake with the creature. Once freed, the fox didn't dart away. Instead, it nudged Finn's hand with its nose, then limped towards a nearby oak, pushing aside a curtain of ivy with its head to reveal a small, hidden spring. The water shimmered with an unusual, internal light. Finn drank from his hands, and the water tasted of cold starlight and wild mint, filling him with a profound sense of peace. It was not the answer, but it felt like a gift. Refreshed, he continued until the path ended at a clearing he'd never seen before. In its center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying like a dancer's arms. And there, nestled in the high grass, was an enormous, iridescent snail shell, large enough for Finn to peer into. As he looked, he didn't see a snail, but a swirling miniature cosmos within, a tiny, perfect replica of the night sky. And there, floating in the miniature void, was the missing timid spark, pulsing with a soft, lonely light. Finn understood then. This was no theft or disaster. This was a relocation. But why? He looked again at his constellation map. His grandfather had drawn not just the stars, but also the faint, almost invisible lines of celestial energy that connected them. He saw that the timid spark was connected to a star in a constellation known as the Weeping Willow, which, according to the map's lore, governed growth and renewal. He looked at the great willow tree in the clearing, and he saw that one of its major branches was splintered, hanging limp, sapped of life. The tree was dying. The village's other peculiarities clicked into place. The backwards flowing time, the color-changing flowers, they were all symptoms. The heart of their world, this ancient willow, was wounded, and the natural magic of Stillwater Bend was trying to heal itself, pulling Starlight and twisting time in a desperate, beautiful attempt to mend what was broken. Finn didn't try to move the star back. That felt wrong, like taking a bandage from a deep cut. Instead, he ran back to the village, his message not one of alarm, but of purpose. He found Rowan the baker, the clockmaker, the weaver, and all the others in the square. He told them of the wounded willow, the borrowed starlight, and the gentle, struggling magic. He spoke not of a problem to be solved, but of a friend to be helped. The people of Stillwater Bend listened, their faces softening with understanding. That very afternoon, the entire village walked the old forest path. The clockmaker brought strong cord and clever clamps to brace the broken branch. The baker brought a poultice of healing herbs and honey to dress the wound. The weaver brought a soft, moss-lined net to support the heavy limb. Children carried buckets of water from the starlit spring Finn had found. They worked together, their movements a quiet, coordinated dance of care. As the splinted branch was secured and the last of the healing poultice was applied, a collective sigh seemed to move through the forest. The gray morning glories at the edge of the clearing slowly blushed back to their vibrant blue. The wind chimes, which had been silent in the still air, began to tinkle a gentle, celebratory tune. That night the whole village gathered in the clearing, wrapped in warm blankets. They looked up at the sky. The timid spark was back in its rightful place in the Little Dipper, but it now shone with a new, confident brilliance, no longer timid at all. It had done its duty. The great willow tree, its life force returning, seemed to glow with a soft, green light, its leaves whispering thanks on the breeze. The mystery was solved, but the story was not over. The people of Stillwater Bend had learned to read the quieter signs of their world. They now knew their home was alive with a gentle, sentient magic, and they were its guardians. The peculiar happenings had not been a warning, but a call for help, a call they had answered with observation, empathy, and togetherness. And as the villagers walked back to their cottages under the restored, starry sky, the only sounds were the comforting chime of the clock tower marking the correct hour, the gentle patter of a passing shower, and the contented sighs of a community that had drawn closer, bound by a shared secret and a renewed love for the magical world they called home. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the Little Dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations, sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations, sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief, it was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellations, sigh." Perhaps the constellations' sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in Mrs. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. In a quiet valley nestled between 2 sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kalen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kalen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kalen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needles stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kalen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kalen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kalen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead, a mark that shimmered with a soft, internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kalen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. "Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember," it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. "I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it?" Kalen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. "I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kalen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. "Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak," Ember would say. "Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song." Kalen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kalen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kalen confessed, "I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much." Ember's light pulsed softly. "The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world." The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kalen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset, even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. "Why do you seek the everlasting Ember, child of the outer world?" Kalen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. "I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing." The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. "You have learned well. But the ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service." "What service?" Kalen asked. "The forest suffers," the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. "A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember." Ember nuzzled Kalen's hand. "This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another. For 3 days and nights, Kalen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kalen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. "Everyone has forgotten me," the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. "Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone." Kalen approached without fear. "I will remember you," he said simply, "and I will tell others to remember." He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one, the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirit's form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. "You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest." From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kalen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. "This is now yours to safeguard," the tree communicated. "It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics." The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kalen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. "I found more than that," Kalen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kalen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. "The forest will always remember you," the fox whispered, "and I will always be your friend." Kalen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination, but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kalen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kalen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all.